Yes, good morning, team. Welcome to Arch Apartments. Welcome to this training on digital rights and emerging technologies. And the objective of this training is to equip participants with knowledge and skills on digital rights, emerging technologies, and their implications on human rights, democracy, and governance. So right now I see we have a quorum. Since we are behind schedule, we can start this training as we wait for other colleagues to join us. And I want to believe that everyone has a program with you. And this is a half day training that was supposed to start at 8 up to 1 p.m. I request that our facilitator will try to adjust so that we capture a lot of things that are intended the course of the day. On the program, we had the arrivals and registration, introduction. We shall have prayer and welcoming remarks from our AD, and then shall be followed by the training on various modules on digital rights. Right now, before we introduce ourselves, I would request a volunteer to pray for us. Any volunteer to pray for us?
Morning, comrades. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Oh God, our Father, we thank you for the gift of life and for bringing us here today. We pray that you be in our midst, guide us, all the facilitators, all of us in this place. May we gain much knowledge from this engagement, and may we pass it on even to the future generations. We pray and believe in Jesus' name.
Thank you for leading us into that prayer. And right away, the next item on the agenda is introduction. We would like to know each other. You tell us your name, where you come from, and what you do. Let's start from this left side.
Greetings once again. My name is Nadongo Mary Blessing. I am a public health professional. I am also the president for the Young Leaders Mobilization Commission in the Pan-African Federalist Movement. Delighted to meet you all.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Jerome Okware. I'm a fresh lawyer, graduated last week, and I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy Caroline Ayot. I'm a lawyer also. I'm from CCG, and I'm the host of the Women Speaking Show.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Saddam Hussein Abale, the Saddam of Uganda, not Iraq. I am a lawyer. I work with Imran and co-advocates located at Ambassador House, Kampala Road. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frida Mary Acha. I work with the Women's Democracy Network Uganda chapter, and we are located Chalwa Jalanamgongo Road. I'm delighted to meet all of you and expect to equip myself with the knowledge and skills of digital world. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dorina Kanjuna. I'm a software engineer, and but for today I'm here for social media. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. Otima Ivan is my name. I work with the African Youth Development Link, and I also coordinate the Youth Coalition for Electoral Democracy. Glad to be here.
Morning, everyone. My name is Chaynebe.
I work as the accountant at Center for Constitutional Governance. You're all most welcome.
Good morning. My name is Norris Linda Nachimbugwe. I'm working with Uganda Women's Network. I'm in charge of partnerships, advocacy, and comms. Glad to be here.
Greetings. My name is Faith Okaka-Uwize, and I work with the Center for Policy Analysis as a policy analyst. Good to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Maria Nalmansi from Rise for High Uganda. It's an ecofeminist organization. I'm the finance director there.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gad Rogers. Today I'm doing the social media for.
Good morning. I'm called Oxfam Singuzi and I work with Media Focus on Africa. I'm glad to be here. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melody Nakalanzi. I volunteer with MEPRA Uganda.
Good morning, Joseph Kasuzeo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zaitun Twalib, and I work with the Forum for Women in Democracy under the Communications Department.
So one was just arrived, could kindly introduce yourself, tell us your name, where you come from, and then what you do. Is there a second mic? Help us with the second mic here.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aguma Hilary Timothy, the organization called IDEA, Innovations for Democratic Engagement. What I do is accounts associate.
Thank you for the introductions. And this being a digital rights project, we want to believe that all of us are on Twitter, so we should really tweet and popularize this project. Yeah, and the Twitter the Twitter hashtag should be Digital Rights UG and Reci Project. So all of us have to tweet. If you don't have a Twitter account, really I would request that you use this opportunity and create one. It's because at the end of the day, we need really to be accountable and say, okay, we went for this digital rights training. What shows that we attended the digital rights training? And the only way we can account for that is to tweet about this training. Yeah, and thank you for the introductions. Without wasting time, we're supposed to have our ED here, but she'll be joining us later. And from that, I would like to call on a colleague from the programs department to give remarks on behalf of the head of programs. Mr. Drekonen, kindly, you're welcome and give you a few remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all stand up and warm up because it's a cold morning and I see all of us are tight. All of us are in a frenzy mood. Let's just warm up and of course to prepare for the day. All right, let's create some space for ourselves. I want us to do a few exercises, stretch, and then we get straight into the training. All right, I'm going to put the mic down. Just follow my lead. Let's stretch, let's warm up, and we begin. I hope we're feeling much better and we have the vibe because it's a digital rights training. We don't need to be timid, we don't need to be frenzy, but we need to be in the mood. I'll just make this very brief because I'll be the moderator of the day as well. So I wouldn't want to take so much time into the remarks. But first and foremost, the Center for Constitutional Governance in partnership with Oxfam would like to welcome all of you for this digital rights training. And as Simon rightly put it, I'm not in the right place, obviously, to be making these remarks, but since I've been given the opportunity, I'll try to make it as succinct but as straightforward as possible. The objective of this training, as earlier on read, it is to equip us, the participants, with knowledge and skills on digital rights, emerging technologies, and their implications on human rights, democracy, and governance. I believe all participants in this room have a key role in the digital space, and the works that we do definitely impact the people that we want to serve and the people that we want to have an impact in their lives. And that means the fourth industrial revolution is one that of course is driven by social media and technology. Personally, for this training, I come as someone who wants to learn, and I would expect all of us to do the same. But that being the case, in this room I know we have activists, we have human rights activists, we have lawyers, we have all kinds of people in various departments and in various fields. But I would also like to appreciate the fact that I know we are experts in the fields that we all participate in, and the work that we do is crucial. We're entering in a very, very serious moment in our country's history. That is the election period, definitely. And the work that we shall do pertaining digital rights is very critical as well. So we quite know that there is a huge gap when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to understanding of basic digital rights and human rights as a whole. So this training is meant to, first of all, equip us with the relevant knowledge, to also understand what we need to do as we enter towards that critical stage and critical period. So personally, and I believe all of us in this room are ready to, first of all, understand and get the knowledge and skills in digital rights, but also with the training that we shall get from Ms. Sandra Kwichiriza. I know she's very hands-on and she will give us a very interesting session. Otherwise, from me to you, I just want to say you're most welcome. The Center for Constitutional Governance is happy to have you. And of course, in partnership with Oxfam, we're very happy to have you. Otherwise, let's have an interesting training session, but also let us learn, relearn, and unlearn certain things that we thought we knew. And of course, enjoy the day. Without much ado, allow me at this point in time dive straight into our next item of the agenda, which is, of course, the introduction to digital rights. Before I get into, of course, welcoming Ms. Kwichiriza, allow me just for a moment, make us possibly think or just ask us our expectations for this training before I welcome Ms. Kwichiriza. Just three hands can rise up. We get to understand your expectations, and then we shall welcome you. Go through, I'll request Simon to move around with the mic, and we just get a few expectations. What do you want to learn from this training? What do you expect to get from this training? Then we welcome Ms. Kwichiriza to take us through. Yes.
Thank you. Mine is the role of emerging technology in our democracy and day-to-day governance.
Thank you. The role of emerging technologies. I think, role of emerging technologies. Anyone else?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Zaitun, and mine is to just get enough of the significance of the digital skills in the modern world, especially with the emerging technologies and how fast technologies are coming up and changing each and everything.
All right. Your expectations and the significance of digital skills in the emerging democratic space. Am I right? All right. Let's get two more. Yes, Nancy?
I would like to understand how to navigate how many women can navigate the digital space, especially with the increasing online
interesting. That's Nancy's expectations. One last more, then we can get straight into the session. One last expectation. Jerome, what is your expectation?
Okay, my expectation is very basic. The very first one is to understand, actually understanding in depth what dictator rights are, being able to keep up respecting these rights.
All right, interesting. So all the expectations that we have and those that have not been mentioned, Ms. Sandra Kwichiriza, you have a very huge responsibility and burden to ensuring that the expectations that have been mentioned are met. And of course, we understand what exactly is happening in the digital space in relations to human rights, governance, and democracy. Allow me at this point in time, take this opportunity to welcome our facilitator for the day, Ms. Sandra Kwichiriza. Ms. Sandra Kwichiriza is the founder of Her Internet. She also she's an advocate for she's the founder of Her Internet, which is a women-led feminist organization that advocates for digital rights and internet freedoms of women. Of course, she has also raised awareness of online harassment and how women in politics are often the target of disinformation attacks during an election period. She's also run workshops on how to identify and combat the effects of false information with support and collaboration on international ICT policy for East and Central Africa. But also she has spoken on various fora on issues of women in regards to the digital space. At this point in time, of course, I know your CV is quite long. I've just picked out what is critical to our discussion. Allow me to welcome you and we get straight into the training. You're most welcome. Let's give her a round of applause, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that extensive intro. I don't know who you are reading about. I'm also surprised. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope we are fine. I hope we are ready to learn. I would like to twist the language a little bit. I know we've been invited for a training workshop and I've been introduced as the facilitator, but really I'm facilitating conversations where I can share knowledge with you and you can share knowledge with me and we can share knowledge amongst each other. I do not for one moment believe that there is anyone in the room who is going to hear about everything we're going to talk about for the first time, right? So we are all coming with a wealth of knowledge from our experience, from our expertise, from our work, you know, from the stories we tell with our peers. And so my expectation is also to learn from you, to hear about some of the things that we're going to talk about today from your perspective, as much as I'll be facilitating the conversation, right? So I am by no means more knowledgeable than any of you in the room. I'm simply going to be facilitating the conversation. So my name again is Sandra Kwichiriza. I work with Her Internet, and Her Internet is leading the digital rights fight in this Ugandan online space, especially for women. So among some of the expectations that were shared, I do believe that in the course of our discussion today, we will hit, I think, all of them, if I do say so myself, right? So I'm so happy to be here with all of you. Her Internet and myself, we are friends of CCG. So I'm always really, really honored when CCG extends an invitation for me to be here and share knowledge and meet everyone else. The last time we were here for a similar engagement under the Recipe Project, I can see a couple of faces of those who are in the room. So those are going to be my co-facilitators. So if I call on you, please don't say, I don't remember, because some of the things we're going to talk about today might have been talked about at the previous meeting, in the previous conversations. So, we've been talking about digital rights in the introduction, in the concept, on the agenda, in the expectations. But what are these digital rights? Even me, I want to know what you know. I want to know what you know about digital rights. Great. What do we know about digital rights? We've heard about them, at least through the course of today's morning and the past few minutes. So when we hear about digital rights, what comes to our mind?
Thank you so much, Sanja. My name is Nadongo Mary Blessing again. I think digital rights are like our entitlements in the digital space. For instance, I'm entitled to confidentiality, need my privacy, anything I post, or it has to be confidential. I only let it out at will. And anyone posting anything about me must consult me first. So I think I'm entitled to that kind of privacy.
Thank you so much. Please note that this is being recorded and live streamed. So when you're speaking on the mic, please be loud. We have an online audience as well. Thank you, Mary. Who else would like to share what comes to mind? Okay.
Thank you, Saddam, once again. My view is that digital rights are just an extension of the ordinary rights that we know that are enshrined in our national constitution and other international laws that has to do with freedom of expression, that has to do with freedom, with the right to privacy. But the only difference is that it just extends to the digital platform online using the computer, your phone. But ideally, to me, my opinion is the rights remain the same. It is just that now this has another platform. Thank you.
Just in my lay understanding, I would say it's my freedom to express myself online. Simply that.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to share? Yes, Jerome.
Thank you so much. What I understand by digital rights are that these are one of the fundamental human rights entitlements that ensure enjoyment, creation and use of digital media while respecting other fundamental human rights like freedom of expression and privacy.
Thank you. Yes, please, Nancy.
I will not repeat what everyone else has said, but in addition to your right to enjoy the space, I think it is also, digital rights also include respecting other people's rights to enjoy the same space. You can enjoy your rights without encroaching on other people's rights.
Thank you very much. Like I had mentioned, I think my work here is done. CCG, you've done a great job of bringing everyone in the room who knows what we're talking about. So everything has been mentioned, just like we know the general fundamental human rights. Now, digital rights are simply those same rights when you're using the internet or technology. It's basically you have the right to feel safe, to feel seen, to connect and to use and access the internet and technology. So they are also universal, like the fundamental human rights. They are inalienable. They are, all those words, indivisible, just like all the other fundamental human rights. So when we say digital rights, it's not a separate group of rights that is going to just be talked about, at the UN Assembly or by the Human Rights Commission separately from fundamental human rights. It's basically all the rights that you have in the offline space, but now mirrored onto the online space. So Council has said mentioning some of those digital rights that we're talking about now, right? So just to remind us, what are some of those examples of digital rights? Council had started, but we can start.
I think one of it is access to internet. That's one of the key.
Privacy.
So, freedom of expression and freedom from surveillance.
Freedom of expression and freedom from surveillance. Those are two different rights. Thank you.
Just like the physical right of freedom to assembly, I think same thing, freedom to assembly online, to participate in like online conversations and communities.
Thank you.
It's most so the same. Freedom to public space. Yeah, we have a right to have Twitter accounts, Instagram, and participate in the civic world.
Thank you.
Protection from online. To be protected when you're online.
Protection when you're online. Thank you. I'm going to request Simon to come and help me with passing the microphone around. So we've talked about almost all the examples of digital rights. Yeah? We've talked about, wait, can we see the presentation? Yeah, I think the projector needs to be propped. Much better? Yes? Great. So we've talked about, I think, almost everything under the examples that I had put down for this particular conversation. For example, the right to privacy. Your personal information should be protected. It is your right for your personal information to be protected. For example, if let's say we've come for this meeting that CCG has so graciously hosted, and maybe there's a Google registration form going around, right? Not the paper one. CCG is mandated to protect your government names as registered, your contact details as registered, maybe your workplace or area of residence, depending on what they've requested for, as well as your signature. Yeah? You have a right to that privacy. And should we hear that this information has been mishandled or maybe not securely kept by CCG, we have a right to say, CCG, you're not respecting our rights to privacy. You have the right to express yourself online. You can share your ideas, you can share your opinions, you can share your tastes and preferences, you can dress how you want and post online, as long as you're not infringing on the rights of others. The enjoyment of your rights should not infringe on someone else's enjoyment of their rights. So yes, I know it is the right to express myself, but I can't express myself by harming Jerome, for example. That would not be fair to him, right? We have the right to access information. As long as that information exists publicly and online, you have a right to access it. This does not mean that there should be no paywalls. For example, Daily Monitor online, you have to pay to access that information. Of course, it's a business model, but the information is there. It's not blacked out, right? Unless it's obviously a case of national security, but you should be able to learn and connect freely online. The right to safety, someone mentioned it. There should be freedom from bullying from harassment and any other forms of online harms when you exist online or when you're perusing through social media platforms. You also have the right to be offline. Did you know? It is your right to be offline. Did you know? It's your right to be offline. I know the world is moving so fast and everyone is connected, everything is connected. I want my laptop to be connected to my watch, to my phone, to my fridge, to my I want to connect with my friends. I need to be on Facebook. I need to be on TikTok. I can't put my phone off. I'll miss calls, I'll miss opportunities, I'll miss out on plot. You have the right to be offline. And if you're offline, no one should question you. Sandra, but why are you not on WhatsApp? No, it is your right to be offline. And offline doesn't mean completely unplugging. It could be the right to exist maybe on TikTok, but not on X. To rest for a few, right? To just say, for this 1 month, I'm going off WhatsApp and email communication. Anyone who needs me, either call me directly or find me in person, right? You have the right to be offline. You can say no and disconnect and set boundaries, of course, within reasonable means. For example, don't tell your boss, I have the right to disconnect from my email. For this 1 month, I'm not going to be online. It is my right, right? Because you have a contract with your workplace. So within reason, but you have the right to be offline. So do we have a good example of some of the digital rights that we are, entitled to? Yeah? Is there anything around digital rights that is like this, that I can explain further, maybe?
When you talk about the right to be offline, it's like someone has a right to, let's say, request removal of data if they had consented before online.
Thank you very much for raising that. Yes, you have the right for your online footprint or digital footprint to be erased. For example, you can request Google to erase every information about you on their servers. The process may not be as swift as we want, but you have the right to request for that. Or for example, if you delete your Facebook account, you have a right to ask Meta as a company to delete any information related to your account from their servers. It is your right. So just because you signed up for Gmail once 7 years ago doesn't mean you're going to die on Gmail. If you want to change and go to Yahoo Mail, it is your right. If you want no information at all to appear on X about you, you can request X to delete that. But remember, there is posts that you're tagged in, for example, that are not your own posts or not from your primary account. There is posts that you may appear in, maybe in video, in pictures, in name, that you may not necessarily know about, that other people have posted about you. For example, we are here at CCG. Not everyone is going to be tagged, but our pictures may appear, right? So in that case, X can't compel CCG to delete your information. X can only delete your account information that you put there yourself, that they are in control of. So it is also still within boundaries. And don't forget, there's also screenshots and screen recordings and all those other things that are really out of the bounds of that platform. So for example, if you say you want to completely stop existing on WhatsApp, if I have a picture of you in my phone or a picture of our chat, WhatsApp can't compel me to delete it. So even within our right to disconnect or to deactivate our accounts or to close any of our digital footprints on whatever platforms, it is also still within reason, but it's connected to the right to be offline. It is your right. Google can't ask you, why are you leaving? I mean, they can ask to know and for their analytics, but they can't say, don't leave. We will not release you, right? No, you have the right to disconnect.
Right to online participation and civic engagement. Could it be one of the rights?
The right to online participation, it is not necessarily a right because online platforms and technology are platforms for civic engagement. So it may not necessarily be a right, but you can use these platforms and technology for civic engagement, and it is within your means and your rights to participate in public discourse and civic engagement as a citizen of that state. Any other?
Mine is a follow-up question on the right to be offline. So, first of all, if I have the right to be offline, does that imply that I have the right to be online? Then now the other question is, if then these rights are to be fulfilled, protected, and respected by the government, is it the government's duty to ensure that I am able to be online?
Yes, to everything. So access to the internet and access to technology is a right. Everyone who wants to access technology or access the internet should be able to access it. On ground, the story might be different because it involves setting up infrastructure, which is a very obvious, it's a costly and it's a resource extensive process, which is why government allows businesses like MTN, like Airtel, like Leica to come and lay that infrastructure and then charge us and pay a tax to the government, right, for providing that service. But the government ideally should be able to ensure that everyone in Uganda, for example, who wants to access the internet is able to access it. What do I mean? They may not come and buy for you phones. They may not come and buy you a laptop. It is not within government mandate to buy you a smartphone or a laptop or something or a device to connect to the internet. But it is their mandate to ensure the infrastructure is there. Just like how you see electricity. It is government mandate to ensure that every area in this country has electricity. Now you, if you don't want to connect, you don't want to pay yaka. Oh, sorry, it is now light. You don't want to pay light. It is okay. It is your right. But should you want to connect, the infrastructure should be there. So access is a right. It's government's mandate to ensure, whether it is the government itself that lays this infrastructure or that they hire third parties, companies like those telecom services. But it is within their mandate to ensure there is access to the internet for anyone who wants to access it.
Isn't affordability part of access?
Yes, it is. And the government needs to regulate the costs of access. Whether they do or not is a different conversation, but they should be able to regulate the costs. For example, we can't have Airtel selling 2 GB at 5,000 and MTN selling 1 GB at 5,000. Government should be able to regulate those prices. Implementation is lacking, but it is their mandate to regulate the costs. Because if you realize, actually in Uganda, within the region, within the East African region, Uganda has the highest costs of internet. We pay so much higher than our neighbors in terms of access. So when you go to Rwanda, when you go to Kenya, Tanzania, the internet is much cheaper than it is here because their governments are probably doing more in terms of regulating these companies that are providing these services.
How do you strike the balance within the conversation of digital rights without looking at the aspect of responsibility? In the broader human rights conversation, you can't be making sense talking about rights without talking about responsibility. In this case, the example I want to give is that if your rights to privacy, digital rights to privacy is hindered, but then the responsibility that you had is that you probably put out maybe content that was private to you, and then it finds itself being misused. How do you then strike that balance?
just like in the conversations around fundamental human rights, we are still finding that middle ground. We are still figuring out how to strike the balance between the duty bearer and the rights holder, right? Because just pinging off from the example that you gave, if someone's private personal information is released without their consent, elsewhere globally, people recognize that that person is a victim of online violence. In Uganda, it's a different story. That person is considered a criminal because the questions are around why did you take these pictures in the first place? Why did you publish this information in the first place? How did the person access this information? But really, you're a victim of online violence, what we call non-consensual sharing of intimate information and images. So there is no hard line that has been set, if I may say, but it's largely because of the structures, I guess the system is lacking largely in terms of bridging that gap between the rights holder and the duty bearer. For example, if we are to move offline, right, and talk about the right to health, meaningful health care, right? The government's mandate is to ensure that the public health system has the basic facilities to ensure citizens have basic health care. Is it happening? There are some responses in the room that I will not echo, right? So the same goes to digital rights. Yes, the government has its mandate and also other duty bearers such as, government parastatals like UCC, telecom companies have a duty to us as the consumers of their services. But are they doing what they're supposed to do? And also the other question that maybe we would throw into the room and ask is, as the rights holders, even just us in the room, are we aware of our rights? I think that's where we start from. Are we also aware of what we should be demanding from the duty bearers? Because take an example of the Computer Misuse Act in Uganda. It's selectively implemented. And we've reached a point where I can, for example, report you to police for harassing me on WhatsApp because it will be considered, it's not so serious. But if you dare say something on TikTok about certain people in the country, then the law will work. So as rights holders, have we reached a point whereby we accept this as the norm? Do we know that this law actually works for every one of us and not just a select few? Do we know how to interpret it for ourselves without necessarily having a paralegal or a lawyer next to us, right? So I think these are conversations that need to continue happening in rooms like this, outside there in informal settings, at policy reform level, at parliament level, at policy lobbying level and all that. But there are conversations that need to be continuing. The conversations around duty bearers and rights holders. Do the duty bearers know their mandate? Do they know what they're supposed to be doing? As the rights holders, are we also aware of these rights? Do we know how to start, demanding for accountability? Maybe the rights, we know them. Maybe implementation is lacking. Because Uganda has very good laws on paper. Very good. Data Privacy and Protection, Computer Misuse Act, the UCC Act. They are very good on paper. But we don't know them. And they are also selectively implemented. Yeah? Okay. Any other, before we move on, anything else that someone would like to know about digital rights before we move on? You can still keep it and pack it for later. We'll have some time to discuss at the end of the session. So, digital rights. We've talked about digital rights. But we can't talk about digital rights without talking about digital literacy. Someone in the room asked about the significance of digital skills. in relation to civic engagement, in relation to just our everyday lives, right? So we can't talk about digital skills without talking about digital literacy. What is digital literacy? I'm going to come to people who were in the room last time because we had these conversations extensively. Please don't avoid my eyes. I'm going to be gentle. What is digital literacy? In your own words, there is no right or wrong answer. We are here to learn, we are here to share with each other. So I'm not going to give out low marks, but to give out gifts.
So digital literacy is well, one has the ability to use the communication tools or network to access and manage information. So one has the ability to use communications tools, networks, or the software, software or something to manage and access data.
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to share digital literacy in your own words? Someone? Thank you.
I think it is one's ability to use the digital platforms. That in itself means the computers, the phones. But I also, besides my answer, I have kind of a disclaimer or a but. I want to pose a question. Is everyone using TikTok now trained to use TikTok? Trained to use TikTok?
Oh, trained to use TikTok. Good question.
Okay, maybe we'll discuss more about that as the conversation goes on.
Thank you so much. The good thing I wasn't being asked the question, so I don't have to answer.
Digital literacy is so many things anyway. They have already mentioned using tools for communication. How do you design content? How do you craft content? Do you know your rights? Everything related to using tools, communicating. Do you know your, how do you protect others? How do you protect yourself? So in a nutshell, it's everything using the tools, communicating and all of that.
Thank you so much.
I feel like digital literacy is skills, knowledge, and attitudes for one to ably use the different platforms, the digital platforms like social media, the internet, because like he earlier said, I don't think everyone is trained to use a certain platform.
If I may ask, when we were joining Facebook all those years ago, were we trained to use Facebook? Eh? Before Facebook, there was MySpace. Were we trained to use MySpace? Before MySpace, there was, I won't talk, you guys will say I'm very old.
To respond to have we been trained to use TikTok? I think it's not. It's like most times you're not trained to use your mobile phone. But these are things which I would say it's community learning, or you learn on the job. And it's one of the reasons why you find that a number of people, let's say influencers or TikTokers, have got problems with other people or with authorities because of not having a training. Some people say, I don't use TikTok, but the fact that you're on YouTube and use YouTube, TikTok is part of YouTube. So the way you get a clip or a video, the only difference is this one does a video and posts it. So that's the basic knowledge people use. However, I think the need to have basic training on what people should consider as they use TikTok, I think is needed.
Thank you. Your neighbor wants to say something.
Hi, I'm Sarah, and I wasn't there last time. But my view of digital literacy is a little bit different. Much as the word literacy means learning and knowing how to use something, I feel like, to me, disclaimer. Digital literacy is how you use your social media platforms with a view of protecting other people on the platform too. Like you not only use it to enjoy, but as you're enjoying your digital rights, you're also protecting the other people on the internet. Like don't just go on your platforms and say everything and anything possible without consequences or something.
Thank you for that perspective. There's a hand there.
Just wanted to share something about related to training. Some of these digital literacy things we have as in, at times it depends on the work you do. That means even if the training is not there, but if you're working maybe like for an organization, that means that you're going to use email for communication. So there you'll interest yourself to see how to get the knowledge to use a certain platform. So I think at times what we do interests us on what like on how to get the knowledge to use certain platforms. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Additional to my question, actually my colleague's submission just brought something new to me. You see, the from his submission, what I pick is the literacy we're talking about is how you can share information using the social platforms. But of course, having in mind that I don't need to infringe, yeah, on another person's right. Now, you see, I asked that question deliberately because you see, there are people who use, I just used TikTok deliberately because I think it is the most widely used app now. I also want to say it is the most abused app now. People post a lot of, nasty things there. Now, those gentlemen seated behind there, the media team, you see, you can't compare them with me in terms of how they use the tools before them. There is a difference. So, digital literacy is an exclusive right. It does not apply to everybody. You'll guide me whether I'm wrong or right. But my opinion is, it is an always exclusive right that does not apply to everybody. Not everybody will know how to share. Not everybody will be cognizant of the limits of how to use your social platforms. That in itself means the tools that are available at your disposal. I don't know whether it makes sense. Thank you. Thank you.
Mary, before you come on, just a small announcement.
If you parked a car, a Volkswagen Golf with a Congolese number plate, kindly help go and you're blocking someone.
Okay, Mary.
Then also briefly, this is a working tee, and you'll be moving one by one to go and south behind there, and then you come and sit. It's live streamed. I think they don't break.
All right, so please don't get up at once. Just one. When your neighbor goes, you stay. When your neighbor comes back, you go.
Thanks. I think I just wanted to make an addition on digital literacy. I think many having talked about the ability to also like create digital content is part of digital literacy. It, I think, goes beyond just knowing more about the media platforms and maybe using them, but you as a person, do you know how to create content that you share and how to really well create it well in an appealing manner? Hey, thank you.
Yes, Nancy. Thank you, Mary.
this is just a personal opinion. You can critique and whatever, but in a perfect world where there is accessibility for everyone, I do not believe that digital rights is exclusionary. I do not. Because then you have the access, you have the platform to learn about all these things. So I do not buy into the argument that they are exclusionary rights. But also, not not all your feelings about certain content online are valid, because getting your feelings hurt sometimes is not a human right. Like, to some extent, on certain content is not a human right. So I think we are overthinking some of these things.
Thank you. I mean, for now, everyone who wants to comment after. For now, thank you, Nancy, and everyone else who has shared. Before we unpack everything that has been said, or maybe some of the things, I want to just bring it into the room that digital literacy is not a right. No. Digital rights and the examples that we gave, for example, the right to be offline, the right to privacy, the freedom from, online violence, from surveillance, and all those things, need us to have knowledge on digital literacy, which is where we're talking about digital literacy. It is not a right. But in order to enjoy our digital rights meaningfully and fully, you need to be digitally literate. This is why we're talking about digital literacy in this context. It is not a right. So, about exclusive clubs and non-exclusive clubs, yeah, I know Rotaract. I don't know about digital literacy. It is not exclusive. It is only how much you know, how much you're exposed to, and how much you want to learn. I think that would maybe qualify why some people would think it is an exclusive club. Maybe the cost as well. So everything that you have said, me, I've summarized it. I've summarized. So digital literacy, for just to summarize everything we've talked, how to use digital tools safely and creatively to connect, to learn, to protect yourself and others, as Sarah mentioned, and make your voice heard online. Digital literacy means knowing how to use these digital tools safely. So knowing how to use the tools only is not enough. You need to know how to use them safely. Because I don't think we need to talk about, I don't think we need to, there is anyone in the room who doesn't know at least one form of online violence or one form of technology facilitated violence, because now we've expanded the terms. Yeah? So when we talk about digital literacy, that's what we mean. Do you know how to use that platform or that tool or that website or that app on your phone? Do you know how to use it? Do you understand it? I guess this is where our questions on training come in. Do we understand how these platforms work? Because TikTok as a social media platform works differently from Instagram as a social media platform, differently from WhatsApp as a networking platform. You get? So do you understand how differently they work or how similarly they work? Do you know how to protect yourself? Many times when I'm having conversations with different groups of people, I come to learn, or I have come to realize, that many of us use these tools and these platforms, but since the day we downloaded that app in our phone, we haven't gone back to check on the settings. Just settings, beyond scrolling through the actual app, the interface. Just to check through settings and see if when you downloaded the app that they've changed, anything has been removed or added, or just settings. Settings of WhatsApp. Let us start there, because everyone in the room here uses WhatsApp. If you're on TikTok, do you know the settings of TikTok? Have you taken time to explore the settings beyond just scrolling through the content? If you are on X, do you understand the community guidelines? So that tomorrow when your friend or your account gets suspended, you say, I did not violate any community guidelines, but do you know them? So do we understand the platforms that we are on, or the tools that we are using, the software that we are using? Many of us during the course of our work, we use Microsoft Office. So Word, PowerPoint, Excel. Beyond using them, do we understand them? Beyond knowing how to use them, for example, do you know that when you send me a Word document, I can know whether it was you who wrote the proposal or not? Because you might say it is Sandra who wrote the proposal, and yet Bambi, it was Nancy. Nancy's computer wrote the proposal, but you've said it is you, Sandra, who wrote the proposal. So for example, those properties in the Word document, do we understand them? Have we explored these settings and properties to just understand the technology that we are using? Are we using it to create, for example, TikTok is all the rave now. Are we using it to challenge power structures and systems, for example? Because all those are part of digital literacy. All those are part of digital literacy. So we can't say because I know how to make a phone call, I'm Kawa. Me, I know how to use WhatsApp. Done. Yeah, I can read my emails. When I'm sent emails, I'll read them and respond. That's it. So digital literacy is not a destination. It's a journey. You can't say you have arrived. There is no arriving. Why? Because tech is continually advancing and changing and evolving. For example, WhatsApp, years ago, when it came out, it didn't have the mute, report, block buttons. There were no disappearing messages. There was no view once. Those things WhatsApp has evolved over time, based, of course, on user feedback, based on the developers and what they envisioned for their app. But do we take notice of these things? Or we just use WhatsApp and then the thing for update your WhatsApp comes up and you just... No, you send later, not now, not now. You want to first send that audio there and finish. So digital literacy really encompasses all these things. You need to know how to use the tools that you're using. So yes, maybe accountants might be more proficient in using Microsoft Excel because they use it fairly regularly. Maybe graphics designers will be proficient in using Photoshop because they use it fairly regularly. But now you, who uses WhatsApp every day, do you also understand it? It is not exclusive. You're using WhatsApp already. So you can't say I don't understand it because... And also, in this world now that we are in the digital era, if you exist online, you no longer have the excuse to say I don't know or I didn't know. The lawyers know this very well, the lawyers in the room. Ignorance is not defense. Ignorance is not defense. The moment you say, I accept the terms and conditions of TikTok as a platform, then TikTok transfers the burden of knowledge to you. you need to know how to use TikTok. The moment you say, I agree to these terms and conditions. So, conversations like this, meetings like this are very important to remind us that actually the onus is on us to learn. For example, if you exist online, you need to know at least basic digital safety. You can't say, I didn't know. You can say it, of course, but the thing is, it's not going to help you because already the damage might have already been done. And yet prevention is a better strategy. So that's digital literacy. Are there any questions around digital literacy? Are there any pending things that we haven't understood properly around digital literacy that we want to unpack? Yes.
I just want to ask, so whenever you're accessing a platform or signing up for the first time, there is the privacy, the regulations and all that. Click here to read the regulations. And it's always so long. I don't know, for those who've been to law school, it's like your first year at law school and they've given you the first case of about 200 pages and you're wondering, what time am I going to finish reading this? Isn't that deliberate? Isn't that deliberate? Because I feel like it's to frustrate you. You just want to get to the platform. And I'm ashamed to say that sometimes I do not read because I'm just thinking, really, like, yes, it's so long and yet there are repercussions and they're swift. But it's just so long. You keep scrolling and if you have a tiny phone, you're just like, really? And the font is really small. Is that not deliberate? Aren't companies deliberately hiding weird content there so that, you know?
Of course it's deliberate because they know you won't read. You're more interested in getting the service than reading the fine print. And you know, of course, there's that option of email me the license that I can read later, but realistically, we rarely go back to read the fine print. Yes, it is deliberate to make you just scroll through contacts. But because we don't read, tomorrow when they start calling your contacts to say, by their Sandra borrowed and did not pay, and you're like, but these guys are infringing on my privacy, but you signed a contract with them. So this is why you can't say, I didn't know. If you say you're going to use that platform, you need to be able to know and understand how it works and what you're getting yourself into. Yeah? So that's digital literacy. Yes, dear.
I just have a personal opinion in regards to Council's question on training people how to use these apps and other different platforms. I think, yes, training people how to use these apps would be very beneficial, but since different people use them for different purposes, say for example, entertainment, some people use it for business, one may not know how far he or she can go in advertising their business, one may not know how far he or she can go in entertaining other people. So I'm of the view that we should actually teach people about their fundamental rights more and let people know to where to put the limit, where to draw the line in enjoyment of their rights, because most of the misuse of these platforms stems from not knowing where to draw the line. You know, someone is entertaining people. Yes, people are getting entertained, but you're tarnishing some other person's name based on false information. So before you know it, for you, you're looking at it as entertainment, but you're also infringing on some other person's right. So I'm of the view that we also need to tell people that yes, you're enjoying your rights, your digital rights, because these other rights like freedom of expression, privacy, and so on, are enjoyed while enjoying also digital rights. So in enjoying these rights, we need to teach people how, where to draw the line, how far they can go with enjoyment of their rights.
Jerome actually kind of wrapped up this session, this conversation around digital literacy. So I know, that's why civil society is very important, because I know civil societies, many organizations are doing this work around raising awareness around digital literacy. How Internet does digital literacy initiatives, but obviously we can't reach everyone. Which is why when we come to spaces like this, it is nice when you go back to your workplace, you share with your colleagues who also then share with their peers, who also share with the communities, and before you know it, it's a snowball effect.
Yes, just one final one. Like, how can we educate the masses better? Because I think they mix up, they confuse the right to freedom of speech and the dictator rights. So you find someone, let's say, making a funny comment, maybe about the president of this country, because they draft cartoons and all, and they share, but they're doing that referring to the constitution because they have freedom of speech. And then here comes digital rights. So we need to have a conversation around this. How do we avoid confusing the two? Because it's the reason some people are protected even when they talk bad about others, because they use the constitution. Then when we come to the digital rights, they're also telling us, no, you need to protect other people's digital rights as well. So how do we reconcile this?
The rule is simple. The enjoyment of your rights should not infringe on another person's enjoyment of their rights. So anytime you're posting something online, yes, you have freedom of speech, freedom of expression, but if it is harming another person or preventing them from fully enjoying their own rights, then you shouldn't be doing it. Of course, these conversations need a multi-stakeholder approach. They need legal people, they need, different civil society actors. CCG, I know, does a great job with Civic Space TV around raising awareness and advocacy. Her Internet is in the room. Very many organizations are in the room doing this work. So CCG may not do it alone, you may not do it alone, but it is, continuous conversations like this, in rooms like this, where we can all pick something that we can take back home. Fine, 30 seconds.
Hi. So, first of all, a comment. Challenging power in my home country is a bad idea. And concerning terms and conditions, usually terms and conditions for these apps are usually a yes or yes situation. So, quick advice, if you're in a situation where you can't avoid a contract, just avoid breach of it.
Thank you. Yeah, if you've signed a contract and things, just honor the contract, because breaching it might not bode well. But also, yes, I agree, challenging power increasingly in Uganda is becoming difficult. And way back then, we used to, the online space was a safer space to organize because there was no risk of, for example, physical, arrests. There's no risk of maybe police coming in to disrupt this meeting, for example. There's no risk of, well, yes, COVID. But we are also seeing now how online activism is being weaponized. That anyone who is a voice of dissent online somehow, somewhere finds themselves on the other side of the. Not my words. Oh, you keep it. Final.
I just wanted to say something about the terms and conditions. I think we have one weakness when it comes to reading. They always say when you want to hide any information from an African, put it in writing. I am also one of the, could I say criminal? At times, reading, most of us aren't asked to take it or leave it, but we don't like reading. When they say terms and conditions, you just want to say, if the end thing is either yes or no, you want to rush there, you'll jump whatever they're telling you to read, and then you click yes and continue. And I think that's why we have a problem.
Thank you. But I want to also say it's not an African thing only. Everyone everywhere doesn't read, especially the whites. They don't read. We read because we've been marginalized enough to know not to be caught on the wrong side of the law. Them, on the other hand, but personal opinion. Okay, so that's digital literacy. Thank you for such an engaging conversation. Now, next, we shall, I guess, let's just, in the room, I want like 3 responses around why you think digital literacy or having digital skills matters now. Just 3 responses. Again, there is no wrong or right answer. We are just sharing and learning with each other, from each other. Why do you think digital skills are important? So we talked about digital literacy, we understand it. We talked about digital rights, we've understood them at least. Why is it important for someone now to have digital skills?
The ever-changing landscape.
The ever-changing landscape. It's good to keep abreast with what's happening. Thank you.
You get to know your target audience.
You need to know the target audience that you're communicating to.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, yes, as my colleagues have said, you get to know the target audience, and also you get to know which particular, let's say, social media platform I should use in particular. Maybe if I'm targeting a particular space regarding to the civic world or regarding to something, maybe if it's entertainment, TikTok is the way to go. If it's a business, TikTok still. Then if it's the corporate world, we have LinkedIn. So it's all about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
It also eases communication and engagement.
Additionally, to know your limits. What
Thank
you
you.
should and what you should not. That is very important.
Thank you. Piggybacking off our previous point of it's becoming increasingly difficult to organize.
Knowledge is power. When you know how to use something, you're a powerful person in whatever field you're doing.
So, thank you.
I would like to expand on the evolving trends. It's not just evolving trends of, I don't know, life, but also work. Some people are privileged not to leave their homes. They can work from their homes, and therefore they need to be online, and they need all the information that they can get from online. And also information, for example, us in Uganda or in Ntinda, we don't exist in isolation of the world. We need to understand what is going on in other parts of the world because it affects us. Yes.
To add on Council's point of knowing the limits, also having digital literacy helps us better enjoy our digital rights and also respect other people's rights.
Thank you so much. I think digital literacy is important. It helps you learn how to brand yourself, especially online. Even those that have never met you, there are people who know me online, but have never met me and appreciate the work I do. So it's very important for personal branding. It's also important for competing favorably on the global stage. In a world where many have embraced ICT and digitalization, it would be a shame for us as Africans not to know. The Chinese, we are seeing the inventions they are coming up with. And so for us to be able to cope, we must embrace digital literacy. And finally, some opportunities also require digital literacy. I recently saw an advert calling out for youth from Africa. There was an opportunity to join, I think, some universities in the USA, but the requirement was attach the links to your media platforms. You will not get into our country without that. So, I mean, if you're not coping with a changing world, then we'll be left behind. Thank you.
Okay. These two, 20 seconds.
just to give her and the audience information, when you apply for a US visa, yeah, I already have a seconder there. So when you apply for a US visa, they will ask for your specific addresses to your social media platforms. There is the reason to why they ask for that. So that now adds value to the conversations we are saying, and most especially her point of branding yourself.
Thank you.
It's a source of income. Now for you, you're going to get payment for training us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My key point is having said that digital literacy is not a right, but I think it is fundamental to enjoy your digital rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You guys are making my work so easy. Yeah? Again, I have summarized everything you've said. I have summarized everything you've said into 3 points. Number one, digital spaces are now organizing spaces. And I think we've said it has come up in the conversations. We are now increasingly organizing online for activists, for workers, for different communities. We hold campaigns online. We mobilize online. For example, we were all invited to come for this meeting via online. Yeah, it was online mobilization for us to be here in this room, right? Fundraising, we know how that goes. Yeah, fundraising. Storytelling. Those days we used to have chimeza, town halls. Eh? People would gather under the tree somewhere in the community and then talk about pertinent issues in the community, tell stories around a fire, you know. We all grew up reading those stories of the elders in the community, sitting children under the tree by the fire and telling stories, passing down history, knowledge, culture, and all those things. And also for entertainment. Now it's happening online. Huh? TikTok series, part 1. Huh? Then you look for all the 16 parts. In fact, you even text your people, do you have episode 14? I don't have it. I can't see it. Send me the link. Eh? So all this is now happening online. Therefore, without digital skills, you're excluded from these movements and moments. Have you been in the room, probably at home or at work or with your friends, and talking about some viral clip, and you have no clue what it is? Don't you feel left out? You're like, I didn't see that video. Which video? Send me the link. Send me the video. You want to keep up, right? So without digital skills, you're excluded from these stories, from movements, from contributing meaningfully to public discourse. Digital literacy helps us to build our own media. We've seen podcasts. Podcasts are now the thing. Almost everyone has a podcast, whether for their own personal interests or as a company in terms of the work that they do. But podcasting has become the new way of passing information and also doing citizen reporting. You see how news breaks online before it breaks in the mainstream media. Before you watch NTV Akawungezi, someone has posted it online. By the time NTV Akawungezi mentions it, you're like, okay, yeah, I saw that. I saw that on Twitter. I saw that on TikTok. I saw this on, you know. Maybe Senga Acid mentioned it. Just saying. The second point is power is now digital. Governments, business corporations, different platforms all make decisions in digital spaces that affect us in real life. During the China-US trade wars, President Xi Jinping and Trump were going at each other on X. When Elon Musk and President Trump fell out, they were going at each other on X.
And you know, it's funny to see how in real time things are changing, right? That previously, our president, the fountain of honor, would address us on UBC, sit us down, tell us I've extended 2 more weeks of lockdown. Now public transport is now open. Now RDCs need to authorize your movements. But now, ex post, shui, 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 di abazukulu, ABCD, ABCD. And it is official communication. It is official communication from the president of Uganda. And it is an ex post. So we see in real time, this communication is happening on digital spaces. Back to the example of China-US trade wars. I remember the Chinese foreign ministry, or whatever they call it, the equivalent, posted around the percentage of taxes they would add on to US products in China. On an ex post. And this thing was actually real life policy. In real life, in that moment, in China, US products actually, the taxes increased to the point that the foreign minister had communicated on X. So increasingly, power is now digital. Communications are being made digitally. Decisions are happening in digital spaces. For example, again, I'll give an example of X. When Elon Musk took over, we saw how X as a platform changed. The landscape changed. The kind of interactions we have been changed. People who had been banned from Twitter were given back their accounts on X. And these have real life consequences. So knowing how to navigate and use these tools gives you power. It gives you agency. It gives you choice. You say, I don't want to be on X anymore because I can see how it has changed. Let me move to Blue Sky. Maybe I don't want to exist on TikTok because you have the knowledge to choose, the power to have agency and determine for yourself where you want to exist online or not. Therefore, digital literacy means knowing how platforms work, who controls them, and how to challenge unfair systems. Back to our point on how digital literacy helps with challenging power. When you know how they work, when you know how to use them, you can use them to challenge power. For example, the use of hashtags on X is a very powerful tool and powerful feature. And we see in real time how it has powered movements and messages. Hashtag Black Lives Matter, for example, became a global movement. Hashtag #MeToo became a global movement. We even had a Ugandan chapter. Yes, we did. Women marched when there were the senseless killings of women in Entebbe and Wakiso districts. Women in Uganda marched to say no. In Kenya, we've seen the hashtag End Femicide. We've seen the hashtag Ruto Must Go. These are fueling real life changes, but happening in digital spaces. So power is digital. The third point is your safety and those you care about depends on it. Depends on having digital skills. Your safety and the one of those you care about depends on having digital skills in this era that we are in now. In environments that are legally, socially hostile, such as ours, especially as we approach the general elections, yeah? If you have poor digital hygiene, it can lead to surveillance, harassment, doxing. Do we know what doxing is? Yeah, someone said yes and I heard you. You want to share? Okay, but you know it, eh? I'll side by you. So doxing is when someone publishes your information publicly. It's different from non-consensual sharing of intimate information. No. So I'm not talking about nudes leaking or sex tapes being published without consent. I'm talking about private information, for example, your full government name. Maybe my name is not really Sandra, and I'm just using it for purposes of this meeting. But someone might know my real name, my real government name. If that is published, for example, for maybe, let's say, people who exist online under anonymous names, for example, Senga Acid, for example. If someone published their government names, it could lead to trouble for them, right? Your home address, for example, if that information was accessed by every Ugandan on every Ugandan on TikTok, for example, do you know how detrimental it would be? Your phone number. If someone published your phone number on TikTok, we are actively dealing with a case at High Internet right now, where a young lady is being harassed on TikTok by an account under anonymous names, double-edged sword, that is posting her images and videos and then captioning that with, "I am a sex worker, contact me on this number." And they are putting her real phone number and her real government names, and of course her likeness in form of pictures and videos. So it is different from non-consensual sharing of intimate images, but it is equally detrimental. So your safety and the one of those you care about depends on you having digital skills. When we say to protect yourself and protect others, we don't mean actually do this. It's instances such as those. What do you do? How do you prevent it? How do you come through and support someone who is experiencing it? All that is encompassed in having digital skills. Yeah? In this age of deepfakes, we know what deepfakes are. Deepfakes is false imagery, voice, video that is creatively put together using AI and other tools to make it seem like it is that person who is either talking, who is in the photo, who is in the video, etc. In this age of deepfakes and misinformation, being able to spot false information is crucial. As we head to the general elections in Uganda, how are you able to identify false information, propaganda? How are you able to identify that this is a bot account, for example, so that you don't waste time engaging with them and abusing each other? It is a bot account. You're just wasting your time and energy and getting frustrated for nothing. Are you able to identify bot accounts or false information? All that is important and encompassed in digital skills. So as we can see, digital literacy is very wide. That's why I said it is not a destination. You can't say I have arrived. Even me, I haven't arrived yet. I'm on the journey. There is not, you can't arrive, because there is always something new that you don't know that you need to know about or to explore more. The good thing is there is always someone who has the answer. We just need to find out. There is always someone who knows something that you might need to know or to learn. You just need to identify within your networks who is best placed to support you on that journey. So everything we had talked about around why digital skills matter, I've summarized in these 3 points. Do you feel like they've captured it? Is there anything that maybe someone feels like we haven't mentioned around why digital skills matter? Something that hasn't been captured in this? these 3 points. Yes, please. Safety depends on it. Under safety depends on it is where we talk about surveillance. Yeah? How are you able to know?
Maybe networking. I don't know whether it's
Networking
captured.
is under the first point.
Okay.
Access? Ah, okay. Are you able to tell when you're being surveilled online? Do you have the digital skills to tell that you're being surveilled online? You hear? Hearsay. Uh-huh.
Me, like individually, I may not be able to know I'm surveilled, but I hear that, yes, you can just have that maybe you can be surveilled. That's what I wanted to share. Now, like on WhatsApp, as we've always heard when they're saying that whatever you're going to put on WhatsApp is going to be recorded, something like that. Like on WhatsApp, like whatever you put on WhatsApp, that information can be got, I think, from UCC, something like that. That is just the hearsay I'm trying to bring.
I think the right word would be there's always a backup for every other information you post. Maybe that would fit in her description. But I also think on the aspect of surveillance that you see there are constant accounts that will keep checking your account, specifically for TikTok accounts. That should raise a red flag. Then WhatsApp, there are some anonymous people who will send you messages that they cannot even introduce themselves, you know, those raise red flag. I may not be very exact, but I think those instances.
Thank you. So we're going to talk about this. We're going to unpack this WhatsApp conversation in a later slide in front there. I don't want to preempt the conversation, but thank you for this discussion. Okay, I feel like we know now why we need to up our digital skills, and why it's important, especially now in Uganda as we approach general elections, because we know general election season in Uganda isn't just about the elections. It's about a whole lot of things: healthcare, economic situation, you know, your neighbors, your friends, your family. So it's a whole ecosystem. Sorry? Oh, internet shutdowns, eh? Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't, yeah. But expect it. It's expected for at least a couple of weeks. This not personal opinion. Okay, so if you look at the agenda in front of you, I think under module 1, we are now headed to talking about the 4th industrial revolution. Yeah? Are we right on? Are we moving along with the agenda? Yeah? Great. So, do we know, for example, about Uganda's 4th industrial revolution and how we are taking part in this 4th industrial revolution? Do we know any work around emerging technologies in Uganda, for example? Do we know any work happening around AI and developing AI within Uganda? Not Grok, not ChatGPT, Uganda. Uganda. Do we have any idea what's happening in terms of that field in Uganda?
In Uganda, we are embracing AI, given that I've been at a university that is championing AI, skills, Victoria University. So, embracing AI, but I think we're still using apps from the external. we don't have yet our own people that are really into developing these AI apps. We're just starting. I would say we're at the beginner's stage, but I think we will get there. We as if because the generation is Gen Z, and we know that the Gen Z, I think in their DNA, it is they're adaptive to technology, and they love it. But now the tools to develop the expertise to train them and all is still lacking, because in our society, elders provide the knowledge, the teaching, but now you find lecturers in universities. We still have lecturers who are there since the 80s in some of our public universities here. And so agencies is looking and like, when will this person ever train me in these skills? So people know what they want. The generation knows what it wants, and it's important. But who is there to train? We still lack manpower.
Thank you. I didn't see anyone saying no. So meaning there is something happening. Eh? We are somewhere. We're over at the beginning, over where, but we are somewhere. Eh?
Thank you so much. So, my recently, according to the news, when Museveni, our dear president, one and only, was launching Kayola versus, he stated that he was going to put more funds into technology, and later on, like 2 weeks after, a car was launched that was fully made in Uganda, and it was determined to be a success towards our, as a country, towards our movement towards technology and all.
Thank you.
I think if you look at our Vision 2040, there's something to do with ICT. And then, government has also invested significantly in the ICT infrastructure, though it could be insignificant. And then you have some hubs where innovations of ICT related are developed. Those also show that indeed there's a progress. Then if you look at our Investment Code Act, I think specifically section 20, it lists ICT as one of the, I think those show how the industrial revolution of Uganda, or the Uganda, is being propelled towards ensuring we are an ICT hub.
Thank you very much. I'm coming back.
Thank you very much. I think some months back, UCC had a committee that was to regulate AI use, but it was hit on X because it had old people above 50. But I think that's a progress that the committee is there. Maybe in 5 years to have young people who understand it.
Thank you very much. Last one.
So I think the example I could give was the Kenyan election. One of the things that was being contested was around the election result. And I think when you bring in the perspective of data and technology, it came in handy how AI could be a play around in influencing the governance decision making, kind of. So like how AI was probably being used maybe to manipulate the results.
I just wanted to share an example of, based on our work, we one time had a training and somebody gave an example of a local government where now they have an ICT person at the district level. Thank you.
Small steps, big steps in the right direction. I mean, they say, one step at a time, right? So we actually have a lot beyond just this in terms of how we are using emerging technologies and in Uganda. So AI, data science, machine learning, etc., and how we are using it. I just put down some few examples. Number one, fintech and mobile money. MTN Momo, Airtel Pay. We have Wave. It's called Wave. Yeah, Wave. Then there is fintech. Fintech is finance technology. Companies like Numida. We have Sente. Do we know about Sente with an X? XENTE. Yeah. We have Bionic. Yeah. Different fintech startups that have enabled, for example, transactions to happen in, and reach even the last person. So you don't have to have a smartphone to make a mobile money transaction, for example. Yeah. So meaning anyone who has a phone can receive or send mobile money. And I think banks are also adapting to that, where you can send someone money even if they don't have a bank account in that bank, and they can withdraw it from the ATM or something like that, or from mobile money or something. But there is definitely a lot of work happening within fintech and mobile money, a lot of work happening to use AI and data science. And then there is renewable energy technology. There is very many companies that are providing, for example, solar and solar powered machines, in charging for electric cars. Thank you. So both in the urban cities, but also in the rural areas, we know we've gone to places whereby, like an entire village is powered, uses solar to power their homes, right? So there is work also happening there in renewable technology. Agri-tech. Several startups have happened in agri-tech in Uganda. For example, we have AgriShare, which is a site or an app. I think it's a site or both, an app as well, where people who are in agriculture can find and network with each other and share agriculture machinery, knowledge, tools, etc. So if I have a tractor, you want a tractor, we are both on AgriShare. I can lend you my tractor, and maybe you can lend me your irrigation. I don't know what, I'm just giving an example. But it's a platform where people in agriculture in Uganda can share tools, machinery, knowledge, and generally connect. We also have, I think, something called Easy Agric, Easy, EZY, that also like connects farmers to like buyers, connects with each other, connects people to those who have land, those who are leasing land for agriculture, to those who want to rent out that land for the agriculture project. So there is also work happening in agri-tech. Health tech, who doesn't know about Rocket Health? Telemedicine is now. Rocket Health, I think, pioneered telemedicine in Uganda, or maybe went viral. I don't know if there are other people, players before Rocket Health. But at least we see how telemedicine has now made lives easy. During COVID, we saw how people who are unable to move and needed medical services were reached up to their door, right? I know there is also organizations or companies that, for example, support new mothers who don't have enough breast milk to feed their babies with delivering milk to them, and those who are supplying the milk to pick the milk from them. So all that is happening within health tech. Education tech, we know so much is happening there in terms of analyzing results, building the new curriculum, sorry, online tests, yeah, but there are also like online platforms within educational tech, V-Class, for example, right, that are supporting people. So you don't have to be physically in class to actually study. There are several online courses and online sites. And then last but not least, we have Civic Tech. I feel like all of us in the room are harnessing the power of Civic Tech. I think we're all harnessing the power of Civic Tech, but specifically I can mention U-Report, that is by UNICEF, to monitor and track impact and change and stuff like that. We have, is it called Parliamentary Watch? Yeah, Parliamentary Watch is just an example of civic tech because it is a way that citizens can, demand accountability, talk about the challenges in the leadership, things like that, get to know what our members of parliament are up to, are they on the side of Tojikwatako or bad? Things like that, things like that. So there's already so much happening in terms of how Uganda is harnessing the power of AI, data science, and machine learning in the ways that we've talked about here, and the ways that you know, and the ways that you're going to explore when you leave the room. Yeah? But there is already things happening. And I think the government has been very intentional in pushing the ICT field in Uganda to grow. Of course, what is not working, but the intention, the political will is there to push this thing further. They are willing to put in money. Yeah? So these are emerging technologies. How about emerging civic engagement in Uganda? So we've talked about civic tech, but how are we using emerging technologies within civic engagement? Because I think why we are here, the whole point of why we are here is to see how to harness the power of digital for civic engagement, right?
I think we're in civic engagement, we're using it for advocacy. Take an example of Agora discourse. They are always, sharing info about those that whose rights are infringed on, and in advocating for them to be released, those that have been, of course, taken to the basement. Yeah, I think so. It's working, and so many platforms. Of course, Civic Space TV are on here. It's doing a great job. That is in civic engagement, and many people are sharing ideas right now. They're watching us live, so a lot is going on.
Thank you for that, Mary. So there's a lot happening within civic engagement in Uganda. I just pulled out 4 things to guide this discussion. Number 1, around digital advocacy. We talked about community media. We talked about online campaigns. And we also see how social movements are being mobilized and built and created and developed and sustained online. So there is a growth in digital advocacy in Uganda specifically. There is a growth in digital advocacy. Everyone in this room is doing digital advocacy. If you're not, just, I don't know, maybe you're in the wrong room. But I know everyone in the room here is doing some form of digital advocacy. And that's how we are engaging with civic engagement using emerging technologies and existing platforms. We have youth-led innovations. I think someone at the beginning mentioned about the innovation hubs that are all around. There is hackathons that are constantly being organized, for example, by Hive Collab. And I think also in Tinder Innovation Hub, the Innovation Hub in Tinder also organizes hackathons quite a lot. And young people have taken this up a lot. So every time you attend a hackathon, there is lots of young people, lots of girls as well, which I love seeing. Representation matters, so don't blame me. But also we've seen a boost in social enterprises. Yeah? We've seen how problematic, but also a very good example of how, like the youth are now more aware about cryptocurrency, for example. Yes, some are pyramid schemes, granted, but there's people who are actually harnessing cryptocurrency and benefiting from it, as well as online trading. I'm not endorsing these things in any way, shape, form, or manner. Some of them are Ponzi schemes, and so the onus is on you to actually be aware of whatever scheme you're entering. But cryptocurrency and online trading have been embraced by Ugandans, especially the youth. But now you need to know which platform that is not going to be a Ponzi scheme. We've seen a growth in feminist organizing. We've seen a large growth in feminist organizing. where we're doing capacity building and strengthening around digital literacy, around social justice issues, around bodily autonomy, around gender issues. You know, we've seen a boost in terms of how we are harnessing the power of technology for feminist organizing, policy advocacy, and stuff like that. And then we also have a growing use of open data. Open data is basically large data sets that are available to the public to use or access or read whenever they want to. This open data, for example, is being used to monitor elections. I know CCG does a lot of election monitoring work as part of their core work. We are using open data to track corruption. For example, the Karamoja case, the Karamoja Iron Sheets case, where, you know, there's a whole list of people who received how many iron sheets, on what date, who signed out for them, da, da, da. So we're able to track corruption. Even when a few of them were tried, we know who else got those iron sheets because that data exists publicly. And so we are able to demand accountability. For example, the hashtags around voices of dissent, usually from political opposition, and how people on social media agitate for them to be released, for them to get justice, for them to get fair trials. We've also seen the conversations around the court martial and how Ugandans were really, really engaged within these conversations of dealing with this justice system and what this means for Ugandans, right? So we are harnessing open data for civic engagement in those ways. This is not exhaustive. It's just an example for us, for this discussion in the room today, to talk about how we are harnessing technology for civic engagement in various ways. So as we're starting this conversation, we talked about whether Uganda has a leg in the fourth industrial revolution. And I think we all agree that yes, the degree is, but we are there. Yeah? So which agencies then in Uganda are in charge of leading us to this promised land of the fourth industrial revolution? I want to give answers.
Ministry of ICT and of course UCC.
Anyone has a different answer? She gave you. Thank you, Mary, for speaking.
Maybe to add the telecom companies, they have to make internet affordable. The government should. The government. I think the industrial arts, the one which is into people being skilled, it also needs to.
Different centers in different areas. Okay.
I think NITA was also a government body. NITA
Uganda. Okay.
Would I say the policy makers?
You can.
Actually, she partly said what I wanted to talk about. I think ICT is, when you talk about the fourth industrial revolution, it must be like multi-sectoral kind of approach. We all play a role in getting there. So as much as Ministry of ICT is taking lead, there are other ministries that it aligns with. Because if you want to promote something, let's say health tech, you have to collaborate with Ministry of Health. You can't do it alone. In disease surveillance, and also you have to engage them. But also another very important ministry is the one for education, because when you're talking about ICT, the education, people must come up while studying about it. You don't wait for them to get jobs in a certain ministry or a certain field. We must start from pre-primary, actually, introducing our children to these skills, digital skills. So Ministry of Education is very key. Even where ICT fails, the Ministry of Education can have the backup.
Thank you. Hey, this time she didn't say your answer.
Thank you.
So I've just remembered my act. The Data Privacy and Protection Act establishes the Personal Protection Office, which is under the Ministry of Justice, that is responsible for protecting personal data of individuals. I don't know about the implementation though, but it exists under the law.
Thank you. You see, under the multi-sectoral approach, you have Bank of Uganda that oversees all electronic transactions in Uganda. Because remember, we have the Electronic Transactions Act that now allows, electronic transfers and these transactions. All this, you're talking about the fintech and all the players under it are regulated by BOU. So under that multi-sectoral approach, BOU has to suffice somewhere because it plays a key role in the regulation part.
I love that I'm also learning. Fintech is finance technology. Thank you to everyone who mentioned. So, yes, Bank of Uganda, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Gender, and other government parastatals all have a role to play in terms of regulating, monitoring, controlling, and basically dealing with all the decision making around the fourth industrial revolution. However, the core agencies, so even if it is Ministry of Ministry of Education, they would have to collaborate with any of these three agencies. Even if it is Minister of Gender, they would have to collaborate with any of those three. Even if it is Bank of Uganda, they would have to collaborate with any of those three or two or all of them. Number one, NITA Uganda, which is the National Information Technology Authority in Uganda. It has existed for quite a while now, since 2011. It is a parastatal, government parastatal under the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. And it leads Uganda's e-government architecture, advising on digital standards, e-transactions, cybersecurity, etc., etc. So for example, NITA Uganda would advise URA, for example, on how people can, on how it can optimize their portal or their website for citizens to be able to easily use it, right? So URA is doing digital skilling and stuff, but they have to partner with NITA to make this actually work. The other is the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Right now, it is led by Mr. Chris Bariomunsi, who is the minister. It shapes national ICT policies, it coordinates digital transformation efforts, etc. Recently, under the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, a national task force on the fourth industrial revolution, 4IR stands for the fourth industrial revolution. So a national task force on the fourth industrial revolution was set up to guide policy around AI, around blockchain, robotics, etc. Blockchain is the technology, is the backbone of, for example, cryptocurrency and large financial transactions. Robotics, we know. AI, we know. So this task force is currently chaired by the former ICT minister, John Nasasira. So there is, as you can see, it's Ministry of ICT, but there's so many things under the Ministry of ICT that all feed into regulating and governing our digital agency as a country. Then the third one is the STI Secretariat. Now the STI Secretariat stands for Science, Technology and Innovation, and it is under the President's Office. It derives its mandate from the President's Office. Now the STI Secretariat coordinates research, it coordinates commercialization. You know, I want to set up maybe Rocket Health. Yeah, it's a commercial business. As much as it is health tech, I would need to talk to the STI Secretariat. It coordinates tech adoption in AI, in IoT. IoT is Internet of Things, in robotics, in additive manufacturing, nanotech, etc. And I know you have questions. We are going to see where those things are in real life in Uganda. I know you're like, huh? Robotics in Uganda? Huh? No technology? Yes, it is there. It is existing. I mean, yeah, we've started. So the STI Secretariat also runs a fund that supports uh, several tech ventures and several tech startups in order to boost our participation as a country in the fourth industrial revolution. So these three are key in terms of governing Uganda's ICT sector. So whether you're going to work with any ministry, whether you're going to work with KCCA, whether you're going to work with National Water, at least one of these three will feature in the people that you have conversations with, right, in this industry. Now, you're asking, where are these robotics? Whoa, so these ministries are doing this where? Eh? I mean, beyond mobile money, beyond what we know, right? Uh-huh. So we are active in AI, IoT, which I said was Internet of Things, robotics and smart manufacturing. For example, MTN showcased East Africa's first 5G Expo recently, and it stressed that government needs to support this high-speed connectivity because it is essential for citizens to be part of the fourth industrial revolution. We can't meaningfully take part if we are still using 3G technology, for example, whereby you're going to get to Kaberebere and then you have to first climb I don't know where to get network and signal, right? Or maybe just when you step out of Kampala, you start now wondering, Airtel doesn't work, you have to have an MTN line, you need to, so all those things, MTN is saying government needs to support 5G connectivity in the country if it wants the citizens to actually meaningfully participate in the fourth industrial revolution. And Uganda, through its very many government agencies and ministries, is actively participating and promoting smart manufacturing and other things in terms of leveraging emerging technologies. Where, you may ask? So Makerere University has a program called the Industrial 4.0 Enterprise Development Program in partnership with UNDP and other companies, for example, Wela Electronics, that trains students in electronics manufacturing, in AI, in additive manufacturing, ABCD. So I think last month, at the beginning of last month or towards the end of May, is when this program was launched. Yeah, so it's very, very new, but I know that it was Minister, no, Doctor, wait, she's still a minister, Dr. Monica Musenero, yes, who launched it, who was the key guest. And this program so far has 15 cohort members who are the pilot people to be trained, and the goal is to have them become trainers of trainees. Yeah, trainers of trainees, so that it can grow beyond just the 15 people who have been selected in its pilot program. You can read all about it, you can Google it, but it is there. It was launched last month, or maybe end of May. I confused the dates. And then we have a center based in Namave called the Deep Tech Center of Excellence that is set to manufacture or already manufacturing, I don't want to misinform, disclaimer, is set to manufacture sensors, drones, calculators, laptops, water and energy meters, etc. So you know the water meters and the Yaka units are imported. We import them. But do you know how many of us, if everyone in this room, has a national water meter or a UEDCL light meter that was imported? How much money are we losing as a country? So this center was set up in Namave to fill that gap of things that we can locally assemble or manufacture, we should be able to. Things like calculators, for example. If we can manufacture calculators, then we don't have to lose money with importing these things, right? And obviously, they will strengthen Uganda's tech sovereignty. Then finally, I think also last month, this year it has been moving in the ICT sector. I think last month, our minister, Chris Baryomunsi, met up with the UAE's AI minister. Yes, they have an AI minister, the first of its kind in the world. But the United Arab Emirates have a whole ministry dedicated to AI and emerging technologies, and their minister was in the country here. And part of the conversations that they had between the two countries was that UAE is going to support the building of a national robotics center. So the conversations have started to build a national robotics center, which will also complement the efforts of, for example, Kayola Bus and EV Technologies, which will complement the efforts of the Deep Tech Center of Excellence, which will complement the efforts of Makerere University under its various programs around innovation and leveraging tech. And so, as you can see, as we mentioned, the government has the political will to grow this, yeah? But now, us as the citizens, do we know that there is the political will? Do we also have the capital to be part and participate in this? Are we willing to buy in, or do we think it is still, those things we don't understand. Robotics, how can we manufacture robotics? But there's actually things happening. Do we know about Fundi Bots? It's a company that's training children in robotics, manufacturing, 3D printing, things like that. And they're doing a great job of it, right? So if we can start our children young, then we won't have to start, because right now, as the millennials are still figuring out TikTok. Of course, it's for paying. I mean, they're giving, yeah, it's not for free, but at least we don't have to travel to China, for example, to enroll your child into a robotics program. And I think that's a step in the right direction, yeah? It's a step in the right direction. So this is a bit of what's happening in terms of what Uganda is doing or where we are at with leveraging emerging technologies and AI. How that connects to civic engagement? Goes back to the earlier conversation around digital skills. So we are not saying that everyone absolutely needs to know robotics. No. If it is something that you're interested in, or that is going to leverage your career or, your personal brand, by all means go for it, right? But we're not saying that all Ugandans should learn AI. No. You have the agency to choose, to determine for yourself what works for you. But these things are existing. So for example, if you're interested, you can just check out Makerere University's Unipod and see maybe if they have space or seminars or webinars that they are giving about this, and then you can learn more information about it. But these things are there. I'll also share this presentation with CCG to share with you for your notes. Okay, so now that we know where we are at in Uganda at the moment, what are some of these key drivers of civic internet growth? First of all, what is civic internet? Because we might throw around words and people are like, no, civic engagement, civic internet, CCG, civic participation. What is that? What is civic internet? Public squares where, you go for news, for political expression, for activism, for organizing, to learn new things. Then there are different civic tech tools that have come up. We talked about some of them, Parliament Watch Uganda, which enhances citizen feedback, but also enables us to demand for accountability from our governments. These days, there is digital storytelling and podcasts and online magazines and art collectives, which are bringing back civic engagement through arts and culture. Yeah. So instead of now meeting at Indere Center, We just tune into a podcast, Black No Sugar, talk about something there. Unpopular opinion. You don't even have to tune in. You just wait for the recording, and then read them in series. Part 1, part 2, part 3. But we are really harnessing the power of this. I'll quickly go through the trends, the current civic engagement trends in Uganda, and see, for us in the room is to know, and those of us who are joining online, is to try and locate yourself, where you fall within these trends. Number 1, digital political organizing. Youth and other organized groups are using social media to coordinate, to protest, to resist. So it's not only happening in Kenya. Even here it's happening. We saw the parliamentary march to parliament. Well, march to parliament. March to parliament. Youth said, we won't leave the Gen Zs in Kenya to shine alone. Let us also. Of course, our social political environment is different, but there were efforts. March to parliament happened. It happened how it happened, but it happened, which is the most important bit, that we are harnessing digital political organizing. March to parliament, it was just a few people who sat and planned, but then online, many of us were able to follow, to engage, to support, or to just follow silently. Silently. Then we talked about this, but there is a growth in citizen journalism, where blogs, YouTube, TikTok influencers report on community and national issues. Yeah? Sometimes it can be as if Lugambo, but really they are reporting on national issues or community issues or timely issues. Maybe that moment is talking about a particular issue and they'll actually drive conversations around that issue. Digital feminism and activism. There is safe spaces for advocacy, storytelling, and digital justice led by different individuals in their individual capacity, but also different collectives and organizations and institutions. For example, Civic Space TV by CCG, right? And other things. Then there is movements that are organized around access to tech and information and digital decolonization. That word, digital decolonization. Here we have the push for affordable internet, and we talked about this quite a lot in the morning. Freedom from surveillance and other forms of online harms. Resisting exploitative tech practices and calling for local control over data and networks. For example, and resisting exploitative tech practices. Data mining. Have we heard about data mining? Data mining, if I'm to give an example, for example, Google as a company, yeah? effective tech practices look like? Yeah? Things for us to marinate on as we go through the conversations. The final trend I want to talk about was digital safety awareness. There is growing interest in cybersecurity. There is growing interest in protection of personal data. There is growing interest in online privacy, especially among activists, whether it is social justice activists, political activists, name it. Journalists and the media are also increasingly taking up cybersecurity awareness. And of course, people with huge public profiles, celebrities, politicians, TikTok influencers, because initially social media was, oh, let me go there, connect, network, get followers, build my following. But now people are actually aware that it is not just about existing online, but also having the knowledge and skills to protect yourself and others. Because protecting yourself is not just the end. You're protecting yourself and others. Even if it is not intentional, even if it is not direct, even if it is not your intended outcome. When you protect yourself digitally, you're inadvertently protecting your circle, the people you usually talk to online. Yeah? So those are some of the current civic engagement trends. And also under Uganda's digital agency. I don't know how I'm doing on time. I'm trying. But can we agree that module 1 is done on our agenda? Is there anything under module 1 that you would have some questions on, you would want more clarification under module 1 before we go to module 2? Module 2 is going to be very, not easy, fun. It's going to be very fun. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for organizing this workshop. I've written down in my notes that I've not lost in my home country. There is hope. So I'm glad that you've put that hope to light during that module, and I've learned so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. I'm being reminded that we are time bad, but don't worry. Like I said, it's going to be fun. I only have a couple of slides for module 2. Module 2 really is about how we can strengthen our digital literacy and safety in terms of civic engagement. And I think it was one of the expectations also raised around, how do we navigate the digital spaces as women, as end users, as netizens, citizens who exist online. And so this is where we talk about that. So I structured this in terms of strategies, a couple of strategies that we can look at and why it matters, why those strategies, yeah? So some of the strategies that I put down to strengthen digital literacy and safety in civic internet use, one of them is we need to localize digital literacy content. By localizing, we mean translate the material into local languages, translate the formats, audio, visual formats, so that you can reach a wider range of people. Use community-centered metaphors. For example, in digital safety, when you talk about phishing, who knows phishing? In digital security, not phishing. So, of course, it's pronounced phishing, but it's written PHI, phishing, just to differentiate it. But the analogy is the same. Basically, someone is hooking, putting bait in the water, so to speak, and whoever gets hooked on that bait gets into trouble. Phishing is basically like the Airtel scammers, MTN, those people who give us phone calls and tell you your line is going to be disconnected because it is not registered, but did you have any mobile money? First check and see, and then, or put in this pin, or do this, right? So phishing is the same analogy, but this happens online. Previously, it used to mostly and mainly happen in email communication. I don't know if there's anyone in the room who has ever received an email from a Nigerian prince who wants to marry them and has inherited millions of dollars but can't get them because of one reason or the other. And so because you're the intended fiancé and you're going to share this inheritance, they want you to send them some money so that they can work on the money being released, and then they'll send you a computer, they'll send you money, they'll send you gifts. Anyway, I was almost married to a Nigerian prince in a phishing email. But yeah, those are the examples then. But now phishing has expanded to social media as well. Why? Because we are constantly communicating and chatting, either on WhatsApp or in the XDMs, TikTok inbox, Instagram. So anywhere where you can get a message and someone can send you a malicious link, you're a candidate for phishing. If you've clicked on the link, or if you've received those messages of you have one free data, click on this link to get it, to claim it, send to 20 other people to claim it. There are also messages around you have won a free iPhone. There are also those ones. They are the ones of you've won the lottery or won a cruise ship cruise ship. What? The government is giving out jobs. The government is giving out money. Click on the link or share it with 20 of your contacts to claim the money. So basically, phishing attempts all look like it's something you've won and it seems too good to be true. Yeah, because even when they were giving out the 100,000 from the Prime Minister's office, not everyone got. You got. You're one of the people that I know who got money. Yeah, so by the time you're receiving a random link from an unknown number telling you that the government is giving out money, you need to think fast. Yeah, or maybe there are always those calls of UN is recruiting. Yeah, some of them are legit, but many of them are phishing scams. So when we say use community-centered metaphors, point 2, we mean when you're explaining phishing, make the people understand that it is similar to a local scam, maybe the Airtel, MTN people, so that when you're explaining what it is, people understand that this is what you're talking about. Yeah?
My mother was one time scammed. They called her and they were asking her to give some little money. But then when she was calling us, she had some money. When she was calling us, we tried to find out what she needed the money for. She said, they're telling me not to communicate yet. I'm yet to finish up with them. But on a bad note, they scammed her about 3 million shillings.
I'm so sorry for you, mom. But that's a typical example of a phishing scam. It's too good to be true. They tell you not to share the news because you might jinx your luck. Then also they tell you it's very urgent. It's always time sensitive. Always time sensitive. There is always someone going to die if you don't send the money. So Nancy and
There's something I want to flag, especially for children who have phones. So I have a little sister. She's in senior 3, and she was threatened, literally. On the phone, somebody called her and said, we have sent money to your phone. Go to a mobile money agent and tell them this and this. Let them send this amount of money. Then you give them the money after. Now, if the child goes to a mobile money agent who is not very sharp, they can send money. So my little sister was threatened on the phone. The person said, I'll kill your family, that type of thing. I know where you live, what, that. And the girl was shaking. She went to the mobile money. She was almost sending like over 600,000. Like she was at the verge. But this lady knows the family. And she was like, but wait a minute. Why am I sending 600K? And why are they sending you, the kid, with your phone to send 600,000? Where is the money you're supposed to send? And she's like, no, just send. It's in the bag, what. And then the lady said, give me that phone. And she had this person threatening the child. Have you sent? We're coming for you. What, that kind of thing. You don't know us. And like, really, if it can be very funny, they can threaten children. It happens in so many ways.
Thank you for sharing that.
Just relatedly, you know, these guys are psychological gurus. They play with your psychology. They'll even call you by your name. So you'll be like, this person even knows me at a personal level. So they'll just play with your psychology. I have a related example. My brother was almost lynched using the same stuff. And for him, he had already sent the money. He told him, you send 500, go. So he went, put this mobile money operator on pressure because the lady knew him. So he knows this is a person I know. So the guy sends the money. After 2 minutes, the other person's phone is off. It can no longer go through. So now this lady is asking, you give me the money. I've already sent. So now you give me the cash. The guy has no answers. The money has gone, remember? And now you cannot trace. So these things are real. These guys just play around with people's psychology. Now they are going for any other person. They don't care whether it's a kid, whether it is an elderly person. So we need to really raise awareness about this.
Thank you. There's also another trick, like they can send you a code. So when you then he will call you and say like you share that code. When you share the code, they hack your phone. And what is fun, they even text your closest friend like, you know, there's a promotion, do this, you're going to win. Now you are texting with your friend, you know, this is my best friend, but is someone else using the phone. Then they'll say like, pay the money, then you're going to win this money. Then when you pay the money, then you'll be like, I don't have the money. Maybe I have like, if they'll ask you like 90, you say I have like 10K. They'll be like, okay, I've paid for you 80K. You just send what 10,000. You just send like 10,000 and they'll show like it's your friend who have even paid. They even give you that message. And they keep calling you like, are you sending? Are you sending? But to avoid that, you call that number, your friend. It will be like, they hacked my phone, like it's not me. But when they give you the code, don't give them that code. The moment you share your code, they have sent for you. They hack your WhatsApp, any social media you use, they hack it.
So we are going to see that code in the next slide. But to kind of, before you come in, to kind of add something to this conversation around phishing and scamming, what happens is that some of those links, when the moment you click on them, your device gets hacked. So when your device gets hacked, they have then access to your contacts, to your other social media apps and stuff, because also our digital hygiene habits are very poor. When we download an app on our phone, let's say X, and log in for the first time, it is logged in forever. Anyone who finds the phone open just opens X. Yeah? Your email. Anyone, once you log in once when you get the phone, after that, you don't even remember the password. You just leave the phone, the app open, it's always logged in. So anyone who finds your phone open, or who is able to access and gain entry into your phone, then just finds all these things open and just picks what they want. Contacts, emails, what, photos, everything is just open. So that is how they will text your friends to make it seem like it is you texting them and establish that trust. Yeah, we are time bad. Okay.
I want to be fair. Okay, you.
How fast can you know that they've hacked into your email? Because actually, I have a sister who is a lawyer, but her email was hacked in, and this person managed to actually pull out more than 5 million from us because the person had all the information about her sister, how she has the two twins, how they are suffering from some complicated illness and they needed money. So I just want to know how fast you can know that your email has been hacked in and you're able to communicate.
So you kept on talking about phishing using links, but phishing can also be. How many of us are very interested in the browsers we open? We may not be very knowledgeable in how the safe browsing looks like, but how many of us know that a safe browser has to have an HTTP? And if you don't have that, that means that either that browser, or how many of us go even as far as looking at the settings and see how secure that browser is? But also in the other regards is that we came to this hotel, and I'm very sure that some of us have access to the internet here, and we have actually logged in probably our devices on that particular. I'm not saying it's the hotel internet is unsafe, but I can surely tell you that phishing can happen through access to internet. The guys are like, we guys like free Wi-Fi. We like free things, but those free things come with a cost. So actually never log in hotel internet. I have always have to use my personal internet.
Thank you very much for bringing that into the room, actually. And I just wanted to give a quick addition to what he said around the websites that we visit. So do you recognize this? This is how our website loads, when it is loading, HTTP. Yeah. So if you're visiting a website and as your website is loading, it starts with HTTP without the S. Then it is not a secure website. S stands for secure. So for example, facebook.com. Facebook.com can load even if it just loads as HTTP, facebook.com. But if it loads as HTTPS, facebook.com, it's a secure site, right? Or you look out for a padlock icon as your website is loading. If the padlock icon is red or crossed out, it's not secure. If it's green and locked, it's a secure website. So those are some of the things you can look out for as you're loading the websites. I just need to add that. And then before I come to the point of how you can know you've been hacked, the point around public Wi-Fi is also very important. Every time you connect to public Wi-Fi, it's like you're driving on an open road. You're moving on an open road. Anyone who is within the surroundings can see you and where you're going and how you're dressed, who you're with, if you're talking, if you're not talking, if you're sad, if you're happy, right? So if you must use public Wi-Fi, which includes, of course, hotel Wi-Fi, airport Wi-Fi, restaurant Wi-Fis, any Wi-Fi that you don't control, turn on your VPN. Connect to a VPN first. And then go to Facebook or go to TikTok or go to wherever you want to go. The VPN offers some form of protection because VPN in full is virtual private network. So when you connect to a VPN, it tunnels your online activity through a secure portal. So it's like you're moving through a tunnel. You see that Kampala flyover, the flyover thing now in the tunnel. When you're in the tunnel, when you're using a VPN, it's like you're in the tunnel. So it is, they only see you getting into the VPN and that's it. And maybe when you exit at the end. But while you're in the tunnel, no one will know whether you met up with Hansel, whether you changed cars, hopped onto a boda, changed clothes, right? So rule of thumb, don't connect to public Wi-Fi. If you must, VPN, very important. It doesn't matter if you're using a free version or the paid version of a VPN. One VPN is better than none at all. So about how to know if you've been hacked, we need to have a deeper conversation. But really, in digital security, prevention matters because once the damage is done, it's very hard to reverse. Actually, quite impossible to reverse. Yeah. So prevention is everything, which is why localizing digital literacy content matters because it reaches people who are excluded by language, by literacy levels, by tech limitations, by infrastructure, right? So for example, health information, or let's say voting information, is currently being passed via SMS. So even those who don't have smartphones and can't access all this discourse on X are able to know a bit about the processes going on. National ID re-verification processes. Those messages are being passed via SMS so that it reaches anyone who has some sort of access to technology. It's also important as we strengthen digital literacy and safety to build critical thinking skills. What do we mean? We need to train people, yes, in how to use TikTok, but how to verify sources of information. Back to our conversation of can you identify a bot account, for example? Are you able to identify propaganda? Are you able to identify misinformation? Are you able to identify disinformation? Do we know how different they are? How different are they? How different is misinformation from disinformation? Anyone? Misinformation and disinformation. Zungulunji, eh? So to save time, misinformation and disinformation are both the spreading of false information. The difference is in the intention. So misinformation is when false or untrue information is shared or spread unknowingly. Yeah? So I didn't know Sandra worked with CCG. I thought she worked with her internet, right? I didn't know. Disinformation is intentional. Someone spreads false information about a situation, about an individual, intentionally to cause harm, intentionally for malicious reasons, intentionally. Yeah? Someone starts a rumor, just out of the blue. Oh, I had Sandra ABCD, intentionally to either cause emotional harm, to maybe disrupt career opportunities, to, for whatever reason, as long as the intention is to cause harm to you or to your surroundings, is disinformation. That is how different they are. Are we able to spot them separately and know that this is misinformation and this is disinformation? Digital skills. This is all part of digital skills. It's important. And especially now, as we head into elections, you need to absolutely be able to identify when false information is being shared so that you can stop. It can stop at you and you don't share it any further. That's the whole point. Because for information goes viral because all of us or many of us are sharing it, spreading it, retweeting, posting on status, having a phone call with your friends on group chat, Yeah. So every time you repost something, make sure you have verified that information, verified the sources, and you can stand on your 2 feet and say, I know this is true. Yeah. We need to include media and information literacy as part of digital training. So these conversations should not stop here. When you go back to work, have these conversations with your colleagues so that this information doesn't stop here. Then also expand on the conversations we've started here because we haven't exhausted everything, but we've started something. So you can now build onto them within your circle of influence. Why it matters? Civic internet spaces are full of manipulation. And so, digital literacy must go beyond how to use a phone. It must go beyond how to navigate power online. We can't say, I know how to use WhatsApp and that's it. I know how to do a PowerPoint presentation and that's it. It needs to go beyond that. Build critical thinking skills. Because even as we navigate technology, we need to be able to know how to recognize imbalances and power systems. Then the other point is we need to center digital safety and holistic protection. Talking about strong passwords, talking about secure messaging, the conversation around WhatsApp and whether our information is being kept somewhere. WhatsApp has end-to-end encryption, also it says. Because it's a business. We don't know tomorrow if the government of Uganda put a gun to their head and said, we are going to close WhatsApp as well in addition to Facebook. I want Sandra's chats. Are they going to allow that business to fail? Or are they going to just cave in and give out that information? Which is different from platforms like Signal. Signal is privacy centered. It's also a messaging app. It works like WhatsApp. Signal. But now for it, we can verify it has end-to-end encryption because its code, the code that was used to create and develop Signal is public. So you can tell those people who have the technical know-how, software developers and tech activists can audit that code and know for sure whether Signal actually has end-to-end encryption or not. For WhatsApp, their code is closed. It's not public. So we can't audit it. We can't know what they tell us is true or not true. Why this matters, why centering digital safety and holistic protection matters, is because civic participation online is increasingly met with backlash and repression. And we see this happen. So protection isn't just about protecting yourself, it's political. You know, back to our conversation around resisting exploitative tech practices and whatnot. It is now political. You can't say I'm safe because I want to be safe. It is political. And then finally, we need to train and support community trainers. Why? Training from within the community builds trust. When it is one of you training you, it builds trust. One of the things I love about my work is when I enter a room and girls are like, oh my God, it's a woman training us. I feel so fulfilled because representation matters. So when I'm talking to young girls in school, they will take that information because it's someone they can relate with, but also because traditionally we know most times it is men who are training on tech, on digital skills, internet, AI, you know. So representation actually matters. It is important to train and support community trainers, much like how CCG has consistently supported her internet. Consistently supported her internet. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you. So this is the end of my very short but very long presentation. Again, we'll share this with CCG so they can share it with you. And then you can go through any of the things that we rushed through, the slides that weren't clear, the words we didn't mention but appeared in the slides, those things. But I want to just thank you all for being such an awesome audience, very engaging, very lively. Thank you so much for bringing yourselves into the space and for allowing me to lead the discussion.
Let's give another round of applause, please, for Sandra. It's been a wonderful session. Before I just go into a short session to ask us what we've understood from the 2-3 hours we've been here, let's stand up and stretch. I know we have all been sitting. Let's all stand up and stretch. Yeah, we need to stretch. Let's first stretch. stand up and stretch. All of us, let's get up. I know it's been a very interesting session. All right, are we all together? Are we all up? Are we all up? We're going to warm up, yeah? I know it's getting cold again, so I want us to get some good energy. Okay. So are we ready? Get some space. Get some space, guys. Get some space. Good. On your way. Twist it round. Keep it one side. Twist, feel that pain. Yes. Take it before behind. This side. Hold it there. Come back standing straight. Bend a little. Get back. We go down. Close up. Go back down again. Do this. Hold the leg up. The other side. Okay. All right. Just do this. All right. Now take our seats. I hope we feel much better now. Thank you very much, Sandra, for that interesting session. Just before I welcome Dr. Charles Tolit, the Associate Director of Center for Constitutional Governance, I'd like to recognize the presence of our Executive Director, Dr. Sarah Birete. You're most welcome. Thank you for joining us. Yes, let's just quickly, let's clap. Let's just actually clap. All right, I'm just going to, Simon, kindly help move the mic around as we also welcome Dr. Charles to take the podium. Dr. Charles, kindly please take the podium. Let's quickly rush through what we've understood from this entire session. 1 minute or 40 seconds each, what we've picked, what we've understood. Yes, Jerome?
Thank you so much, Miss Sandra, for the facilitation. What I have understood and what I have taken note most of in this facilitation is digital literacy. Yeah, I've understood that digital literacy involves understanding how to use the internet, understanding how to use these different media platforms and its importance in the current circumstances today.
All right, thank you. Someone else? Yes, over there.
Thank you so much, Sandra, for your wonderful facilitation. It was awesome. I've understood the importance of digital literacy. It's really very important for us, where we talked about things to do with personal branding and using opportunities, building our businesses and all the other benefits thereof. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Council, move the mic like that. Let's try and make it brief.
Thank
Yes.
you. I learned 3 things: digital literacy, and then most importantly, how powerful digital platforms are. That is a very, very powerful thing. And then lastly, how to know that a site is safe. That one I didn't know anything about it. But today I have been equipped. So I must say no one is going to try and con me around. I now know how a safe site looks like.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I understood the importance of having knowledge about digital literacy, but in summary, it's very important to it's very important to share information that you can confidently be able to defend in case of anything and have evidence.
Yes.
Thank you.
And let's just have one more, and then we can let the others upset.
I learned that during this digital literacy training, I learned that prevention is better, especially against malicious attempts. Since we are in a digital world, we are, what's the word? Anyway, I learned that we need to protect our data, protect ourselves from the digital attacks. So thank you, Sandra.
Thank you. Personally, I learned a new term as well, phishing. I didn't know that. Okay, yes, I have also received those emails of please write to me an email help me with this, help me with that, and then before you know it, they're conning you some good amounts of money. I think it's been very wonderful having that session on fishing, but also how to protect ourselves on that. Yes, let's have the two ladies, and we can welcome Dr. Charles.
Thank you so much, Sandra, for the wonderful presentation. It was interactive and engaging. Once again, my name is Zaitun, and my best part of all this training was to understand how important it is to keep a clear digital footprint all over your social media platforms.
Thank you.
Thank you so much once again. This presentation has given me hope in my country in the future. I feel like I'm so motivated to go tell everyone. This is so exciting. I feel like I'm motivated to go tell everyone in my circle about digital literacy and digital rights, and I've learned so much. It has really increased on my knowledge. But the most important thing that I've learned is that considering the emerging technologies and how we are evolving as a country, we should embrace all this and try to create a world. Someone mentioned a perfect world where access to the internet and digital platforms is more than a human right, but a basic need or something.
Thank you. Of course, the issue of access was something that was largely talked upon at the beginning of the session. Thank you very much, Ms. Kwichiriza, for the interesting session. Because of time, of course, we would have loved to have a session on plenary Q&A, but we shall do that towards the end of the discussion. At this point in time, allow me welcome Dr. Charles Atia to take us through the module of promoting ethics and integrity in digital civic engagement. Under this module, we are covering two sub-modules, that is civic internet and information integrity, and digital ethics and the civic internet. Dr. Charles, the floor is yours. You're most welcome. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Mr. Drake Onen. Thank you, Sandra, for your awesome presentation. I'd like to associate with it. I'd like to honor the presence of our Executive Director, Dr. Sarah Birete, and as well our good friend, and sometimes looking for very nice words is difficult, but we have Mr. Luboa from Oxfam, who is the wheel and engine and our close compatriot, and makes things happen. Sometimes without him in the room, trainings like this maybe could have not been possible. So thanks for coming, Mr. Luboa. Mine is very brief. I've already been given the privilege to speak without the many slides that put together, because time is of the essence, but also my discussion around ethics. If I'm to replace the word ethics with a simpler word that we shall all understand, and the word is responsibility. Many years ago, while at law school, I failed to differentiate one thing. They used to tell me ethics are not legal, and not all ethical matters are legal matters. But some ethical matters border legality. But anyway, forget that. That's for another day. Let's take responsibility. We are here for a recipe project, which is recentering the internet. And I want us to start by being responsible to recipe. I had you recount what you learned here and all that. And with the AI, I don't want to be very sure that you were not glancing somewhere. So I want you to take your phone. There is a hashtag. What's the hashtag today? Simon. There's that hashtag. Let's be responsible to
to the aim of recipe. Let us be practical. Take to your tweet and start the sentence with this P5 English. At the recipe training today, and say at least one thing you learned and one thing you liked about it. And I am killing 3 of my good minutes for you to do that. I'm waiting. And please, in the hashtag, make sure you, what do they call it? You know, I'm a bit of old age.
The
You
hashtag.
tag CCG, tag recipe, tag Oxfam. Okay. I am not an African leader. I would have said tag Tolit. Please, if you don't also follow each other, if you don't have, they call it smartphone. I heard Sandra saying there are also now advantages of going around smartphone use for questions of equality. And so you can also, but you can SMS a hashtag. Okay, we are going to SMS your hashtag. Are we there? Please push. And also say your friend's name. Turn to your neighbor and ask the name so that you can remember the organization. I see the Supreme Leader says, when I was with Mama Janet today, we did this, we did that. Just let's enjoy the internet. Are you for really tweeting? Because I'm not seeing anything in my phone. So let's see. Hey, and the people who have been taking pictures, add the pictures. Okay, so as you do that, I will take to my very brief session. There's a slide I wanted to borrow from Sandra, but I see she's picked up her computer. You could put it, the trends, because that's basically what I'm going to talk around in summary, if I'm to be able to deliver in time. Friends, you'll notice that when we're talking ethics or talking responsibilities, it has a tendency of being broad and being fluid. But reading across, I seem to understand that ethics very much border what you would do or responsibility you would have first to yourself and then to the other party without necessarily being watched over. True or false? I think it is true. Ethics also spreads across a multiple of disciplines. Whichever profession you think about under the sun, they are ethical issues. So in our case, since we are looking at civic space and we are looking at our interactions in the digital age, and even these interactions not in its very broad sense, but in relation to a particular field which is our everyday occupation. And I would call it democracy, because democracy is also broad. So if I turn to this slide that our good friend Sandra has presented, looking at the current civic engagement trends, in each of these, I'll read them loudly again. You can anticipate what are the ethical questions that come to the fore. And that is what probably we shall try to deal with in the short time we have. So if you looked at digital political organization, what comes to mind? We know that, like she put it, the youth or the younger portion of our population, who are dominant, by the way, in terms of demographics, have taken over this. In Uganda, almost 80% are under 25 years, which is quite interesting demographics. So which tells you that with the advent of, or with the arrival of the digital platform, with all its elements, whether you're talking YouTube, whether you're talking TikTok, whether you're talking AI, internet, which are now systems, support systems, the youth is there. Today is going to be there. Tomorrow is going to be there. In the future. So if ethics border responsibilities, then what kind of questions are we beginning to ask? The questions that we're beginning to ask are issues around regulations, issues around responsibilities. And the responsibilities are here are two-way. One, and the key, is from the side of the provider. I just want to pick some of the examples that Sandra was using to make some of these points, because they're the same things, without going back to all the details. She was talking about fishing, and you gave many forms of fishing. But the central question is, the cardinal rule or principle is that it takes two to tango. So there is you who is the user, and then there is the provider. Or if you look at it in democracy terms, you're talking about the demand end and then the supply end. In terms of ethics, what we would expect of the supplier, and by extension, those that we hand over our agency to, which is government in way of democracy, all right, is that through the regulations, be it policies, be it rules, be it guidelines, they are able to capture these interplays. For instance, before you give somebody a license to be able to participate in the money mobile market, what are these guarantees you expect from them to be able to protect their citizen? All right? Now, some may be in form of laws, okay, rules, but some may just be ethical questions. How do you conduct yourself? So for you as a civic player, it would be important that what is this that we require, say, from MTN, we require from you require from Airtel, you require from any of these systems we are using in terms of ethics, okay? Okay? How does this unfold in the civic space? The civic space is this space where we are saying liberty to demand. Okay? Liberty to safe existence. Liberty to engage must be protected. The only difference here is that what we are used to is that these have been in the physical arena or in the tangible arena. But with the advent of the internet, these same demands have shifted to this new platform. It's just the same as the human rights we're talking about. So it does not mean that these rights or these ethical questions cannot be discussed because it's now digital. We would expect protection. So beyond MTN advertising how great M Center is, how Momo is, we expect them to have a rider, okay, which gives human face. The other way, like I told you in all these disciplines, ethics plays, the other way would be in terms of business ethics. In terms of business ethics, would expect that much as government allows it to do business and make profit, the element of justness should exist. That it will have to go an extra mile. That say out of the profits it is making. For instance, now, this example may look obsolete, but it paints a good picture. I don't know how many of you had arrived on the scene of play when we were still, MTN was still using scratch cards. You remember what they call scratch cards? I see the way you are answering. It only pushes me to say, welcome and thanks for your late arrival. But there used to be something called scratch cards we used to use. And it was a paper form, but it was a special paper, some kind of special paper. And for those who understand science, they started complaining that that paper has a characteristic of what they call non-biodegradable. Okay? Now, like I had again Sandra and all of you interact, you also talked about the importance of interlinkages. When Sandra was saying the key or the principal ministry in all this is ICT and all that, we still expect that there are collaborations with other agencies. So you'll find that before you give a license for somebody to bring scratch cards, it would have to go through NEMA, which is mandated to do what they call an impact assessment. And maybe there are other agencies like, I think there's something called the Bureau of Standards or something, yeah? Where these people who study chemistry go and sit, those things, Bunsen burner. So, these are interlinkages. Now, like I said, some of these demands would come in form of law, but some are simply ethical questions. They're simply a question of responsibility, because it's the same earth that we are all living in. So you, MTN, if you choose that you're going to prefer profit and kill it, when the time comes to die, we shall all do what? Because we are all here. We are in the same boat. Okay? So same thing, citizen journalism. Fantastic. Again, to recount what was already discussed. One of the advantages of citizen journalism is that today, you don't necessarily have to be a good writer. How many of you have written for a newspaper? I'm celebrating myself. The last 2 days I've written articles of more than 2,500 words published by the Monitor. Clap for me. Yeah, I'm talking about serious things, national matters of national concern. Yeah, so it has to go through an editor and all these, and which is cumbersome, isn't it? And sometimes even the stories are killed. But today, citizen journalism is you just pick your device. Luboa here is an author. He knows what it takes to. By the way, clap for him. He has published a book. So if you have some small stories and you think about a book, come close. So the point I'm trying to make is this: that in all these developments, there is a huge advantage today, which contributes to our civic space engagement. But we need to be mindful of the little loopholes. For me, the key word is responsibility. Because you're going to pick your gadget, there's no gatekeeper, there's no editor, there's no, excuse me, but I'll say this. I know many of you did not manage a good grade in grammar. So when you read these online publications, some of them are terrible. So also, it is also ethical on your side, because what you say portrays who you are. So try to manage, because you're working for an institution. Imagine now, like I go to type out something on behalf of CCG, and then the grammar is looking all upside down. What does it portray CCG as? Or it is defamatory, or it is all this. So the issue of standards that slip through also affect what we are doing, which is important by extension. Same when you go to digital feminism, you go to access of movements and digital decolonization. These are very big subjects, but I want to say something about that. There's the issue of access of content. Content is increasingly getting commercialized. And we know particularly, this is serious for us in Africa, because it creates another one or two barriers. How? It's not necessarily wrong to commercialize content, but the people who are commercializing this content need to be mindful that we in the world have grown, or the economies are growing in varying. You see, we have been seeing the war of Russia and Ukraine. Many of us are caught up in the images. When I talk to my border guy, it's like a football match. Eh? Russia gena mukuba. Ukraine, I don't know what. But there are things which are pertinent and we are not discussing. For instance, Russia is a developed world with very advanced science. And you go to attack a country as small as Ukraine. There must be people, observers, who should come and say, no, this is not a fair fight. That's why you're seeing European countries, the US, yesterday Trump changed his mind. He says he's angry with Putin. So he has now sent drones to Ukraine. So these are undertones. Same thing. In the civic space, the internet and civic space, at our level in Africa, we are faced with a lot of challenges. One, the continued commercialization of data locks us out, okay? And yet we are talking about advocacy. To do good advocacy, you need up-to-date information, you need timely information. You are a small CBO, we're existing on a small sub-grant. You want to do a quick policy brief, even for the district. Every page you go to on the site is locked. Every page you go to is locked. So we are saying there are emerging trends. They're now what they're calling community of libraries. They are bigger agencies doing democracy and civic work. Some of the things they do is they provide data sets. So they are free data sets also. So there are both advantages and disadvantages. Then the smaller things are things of language and all that. Then digital safety, I think I already touched a bit of that. So in all this, in relation to democracy, I concluded by saying we're in a digital age. We're in a digital age which offers both opportunities and challenges for democracy. As technology continues to evolve at an unprecedented pace, it is crucial for governments, okay, who we cede our agency to, and citizens alike, us, also to be watchful, so that we remain vigilant in monitoring. The word is monitoring, that's the key word. Because like I said, ethical questions may not necessarily be legal questions. Legal questions give you an avenue for recourse. For ethical questions, sometimes we just have to engage, you know. These stories I heard were so profound. How does an old woman know this one I've got, this that has come in is a bot message. This that have come in is a message that is tricking me to my last saving, you know. So vigilant in monitoring the impact of digital technology on democracy and the measures to mitigate any negative aspect that arise. And to me, that is ethics, that is responsibility. It is government, it is us. And this has no boundary. We are now seeing the judiciary is moving into integrate ICT. That has a whole impact on how the law is going to be practiced. Freedom of the press. We are seeing the issue of standards, like I told you, with citizen journalism. Protection of free speech. And maybe this is the last bit I would say. When one of the major discussions now, and which we don't have much latitude about, is the discussion between the big tech companies and ourselves. There is this whole, with now the arrival of AI, there is what we are referring to as AI moderation. Sandra mentioned that when X changed hands, some people who had been deemed not fit to, they had been deemed not proper citizens and kept away of that space. The arrival of this new guy, and remember this is a single decision. The other people were arguing that they acted for the rest of us. But now one man decides to bring them back. So now there's also the question of power being played, or the interplay of power and money, and then community and these spaces. Very interesting debates. I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
Let's give Dr. Tolit another round of applause. Yeah, I think we have learned a lot from these discussions. The conversation has really been engaging, and I want to reiterate that this is a digital rights project, and we should really be accountable by at least posting. The hashtags are there. Hashtag Digital Rights UG, Recipe Project, and then hashtag Civic Space TV. So I want to call upon Drake to continue with the moderation as he invites another person to come and take us through the next session.
We all look very tired. Are we okay? Are we okay? All right. At this point in time, we have learned quite a lot from Dr. Charles, but also Ms. Sandra Kwichiriza. Just before I welcome Dr. Sarah Birete to give us the concluding remarks, allow me at this point in time, just open the floor for 3 to 5 minutes to, of course, we need to answer the question whether our expectations have been met. In the morning, we raised a couple of expectations, and this is the time I want to start with of course, we had expectations from, I'll start with you, Nancy. You'll tell us whether your expectation has been met. Jerome, you'll also tell us whether your expectations have been met. And all the people who raised their hands, of course, telling us that they had expectations. Yes, Dr. Sarah? Yeah, sure.
Just not just on expectations, but also questions they could have had, maybe where they need clarity or where they didn't understand the facilitators. Can we have a plenary session?
Definitely. All right. So as from the guidance we have received, let us have, of course, the response to our expectations being met, as well as the plenary on whether you have an addition to the training that has been offered, but also questions that you want to ask the facilitators on the training that we have just received. The floor is open. Let's just raise up your hand. The microphone will be brought to you, and then we can proceed. Yes.
Maybe I would just want the facilitators to give us a brief on the challenges, the emerging challenges on the digital rights and emerging technologies. Thank you.
Yes, Simon, at this side, hand was up.
Thank you. My question is concerning citizen journalism. So as we all know that the press is a protected entity, and let me say in terms of war, it is also recognized by international standards that the press people shouldn't be touched in any way, right? On the rise of citizen journalism, now that people are actively participating in getting information and sharing it online, what does that say about the future of the press, and what should the people go back and redefine what being press amounts to? Thank
Interesting.
you.
Interesting. Yes.
Thank you. My question is, how does the increasing integration of AI affect the daily technologies of digital literacy? For example, how does it challenge the traditional notions of digital literacy?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mine is all about deleting data online. Andra, yeah, she mentioned about contact and so forth. However, so mine is regarding about the screenshots. No, someone has saved the screenshots, has saved something that you've taken online. What next? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Or we can go straight to Sandra to respond to a few of those questions. Then we get to Dr. Charles as well. Sandra? Yes, sure.
What happens to people's digital presence after death?
Thank you. This goes to Sandra. We talked of paid accounts. Given that we are in the wake of electioneering period in Uganda. So how would one properly identify that this is a paid account and then deals with it in that manner? My second question goes to Dr. Tolit, my learned friend. How do you draw a line between the digital ethics and the civic internet? Especially where you want to ensure, I want to word it in your word, responsibility of actors, being both state and non-state actors in that area.
Thank you, Sandra. I'm one of the ladies that gets really excited when I walk into a room, and it's a female facilitator. My question to you is, how can digital literacy, or what kind of strategies can Ugandan youth use comes to digital literacy in order to fully benefit from the fourth industrial revolution? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sandra, I just wanted to know if you have an initiative on this point of misinformation and disinformation, whereby when you look at some campaigns going on, like that of NDS, they have disregard fake news. So how can we fight the misinformation on the social media platforms and also the disinformation? Because the disinformation is intentional, right? And then misinformation, maybe it's unknowing. So kindly, do you have any idea on trying to disregard this and educating people about it? Thank you.
Relatedly to what Dr. Sarah asked, what role does the next of kin, if any, he or she, what role does he or she play in trying to ensure safety or recover messages, documents, anything related to the deceased? And then also to Dr. Tolit, you mentioned about the tech companies where we have, Sandra also mentioned it, where we have an even power. You know, the tech company being so huge, even bigger than the country in terms of its revenue budget. So how do we leverage that in the face of an explosion of the digital rights or the digitalization that has now made it global, that I will say something now and within seconds, somebody in the US has already got it. So how do we leverage that uneven power? Given that these technologies are foreign, our government just do a copy and paste.
Sorry. Sandra, in addition to that, when you look at our socials, you find out that you may have a big following and it really lies to you, or you think it's impacting your works online. But then some subscribers died. Some are not active because you sent out the marketing team or someone out there to tell the people to subscribe. But in reality, these people are not actually following your content. Oh, so how do you help in this project to really engage the society? I know we talked about encouraging the different authorities and interlinkages of different bodies to come in and maybe reduce on the price of the data, something like that. But as Sandra, what is the case in point that you can do about it? Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the questions. I'm going to try and do you justice. So first, to start with the challenges, some of the challenges, I think that was the first question, around the challenges with ensuring that, you know, every last Ugandan has a level of digital literacy. There are several challenges, and unfortunately, these challenges are not, cannot be dealt with by one individual or by one institution or by just one community of people, right? Some of these overarching challenges include the digital gender divide, which is a very big problem. The difference between how women and men access and utilize the internet is real, and there is a huge gap. And reasons for that vary. Some of it is because of the economic disparities, because we know disproportionately women are affected by socioeconomic reasons due to patriarchy, due to the society that we are in, due to traditional gender roles, level of education, you know, where traditionally girls' education is considered not relevant compared to boys' education, but also in terms of how our culture and traditions as a society really are set. And I speak about this quite often at the different engagements that I'm privileged to speak at. Even us in the room here, we know, we've witnessed firsthand how at family level we reinforce the digital gender divide. For example, boys are given access to gadgets and phones much earlier than girls. Why? It's going to spoil the girls. The girls are going to get spoiled, in quotes, whatever spoiled means. But what this does, it reinforces the digital gender divide right from when we are young. So even how girls interact with technology and phones and the internet is different right from the start. Because boys are encouraged to play with tech and girls, it's frowned upon. Don't have a phone, you're going to get spoiled, you're going to, I don't know what, whereas the boys are encouraged. So the digital gender divide is a real thing. We've witnessed firsthand how in families, usually it is the man who owns a phone or who buys their partner, the woman, the phone, and therefore controls how the woman uses it, who they talk to, what time they use it, what websites or apps they can access, you know. So all those are encompassed in the issue, the very big challenge, which is the digital gender divide. And bridging that gap, like everything else really, is a multi-stakeholder approach. Her internet and other similar organizations can't do this work alone. We need the government and government agencies on board. We need lawyers, we need teachers, we need everyone on board to be able to curb this. The other really important challenge with dealing with digital literacy levels in Uganda is around limited access to technology. And limited access includes infrastructure, whereby in the cities and in urban areas, the infrastructure for the internet is really developed compared to the rural areas in terms of geographical location. But also we look at costs. The cost of internet is really high. The cost of buying a good smartphone is very high, right? So already there is a whole group of people who are excluded just from access to tech, and of course access to information. Even for us who have access to tech, access to the information and how to look for it and what to look for, what to look out for is also largely limited. And of course I can't talk about the challenges of digital literacy without talking about the very real challenge, which is online violence. Technology facilitated violence is real. Sometimes we like to invalidate it, to invalidate the experiences of victims. Sometimes we like to imagine they've imagined this violence. Sometimes we like to say, those things are online, don't worry about it a lot. But actually, technology facilitated violence is real and it has real life consequences. Yeah. So when people witness violence or harm happening to others, they pull away automatically. It's instinct. Self-preservation is instinct. When I witness a woman, for example, in politics being harassed, probably if I had thoughts of going into politics, I will not step there. If I see a woman expressing themselves online, facing backlash, probably if I was going to do the same, I will step back. So online violence and tech facilitated violence is also another real challenge in terms of digital literacy, and of course others that I may not be able to exhaust right now. So the other question was around how does AI and emerging technologies relate to digital literacy? I think it is self-explanatory. Oh, I got that wrong.
Okay, to be very specific, you talked about us being sure of the information we consume. So, and we know with AI, you can generate texts, images, messages, etc., right? So how does it challenge the traditional knowledge of digital literacy, like of verifying information? How does it challenge that?
Obviously, in this age of deepfakes and AI and manipulation of content at such a high level and with such skill, you know, it's very difficult to curb this. So the the way to deal with this really is in terms of raising awareness. The more people know about this, the easier it is to spot and be able to speak out for someone. So, for example, early on in the year, or probably late last year, there was this deep fake of sexualized video of Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is one of the pop music icons in the US. And this video was going around. I think it first dropped on X actually, if I'm not mistaken. And so Taylor Swift is privileged to have resources in terms of money, people, networks, influence, power to deal with this. So her management was able to have a conversation with X, and that video was taken down like immediately from the platform, right? But how many of us in the room know anyone or have this kind of power and influence to be able to deal with the issue when it happens? So the preventative measures are more important, raising awareness, training people on how to spot deepfakes, how to verify information so that we avoid falling into the traps, that we can mitigate the risk of this happening before it happens. Because like almost all forms of online harms or online violence, once the violence has happened, once the harm has happened, it's very difficult to undo it. Very, very difficult. So prevention is very important, which is why we need to have more spaces like this, more conversations like this, whereby we can unpack some of these things, learn and unlearn some of the bad habits that we have. The other question raised was around screenshots. I think that is really what Dr. Tolit was talking about around ethics. You know, even as the end user, we have ethics to follow as the end user of social media, as the end user of technology. So if I take a screenshot that could put you possibly in a compromising situation, then it's now a question of my code of ethics and not necessarily of the platform on which this happened. So like I explained, WhatsApp cannot compel me to delete that screenshot. They don't even know that I have the screenshot. You might know as a victim because maybe I've mentioned, but WhatsApp may not know. So it's really all around ethics as end users, as netizens, because I think Dr. Tolit mentioned it very clearly in the beginning that we are Ugandans, yes, but we are global citizens. We are all existing on this thing called the internet. And we are existing the same way Donald Trump is existing on it. The way he has an X page, I also have an X page. I'll wake up in the morning and post my opinion of him. He'll wake up in the morning and post his opinion of me, if he knows me. So just putting it out there that even as end users, as netizens, we have responsibilities to each other in terms of how we interact with each other, just like how road users are. As a road user, you have ethics to follow as you're driving or walking or riding on this road because you're not existing on it alone. Then the right to be forgotten. So what happens if you want to delete your digital footprint, or what happens if someone passes away and they are very active online on different platforms? This is where the right to be forgotten comes in. So the right to be forgotten is actually a legal process. It's a legal process. You need to go to like have lawyers or a legal team that's going to push this for you as the person interested in the right to be forgotten, whether for yourself or for someone you care about. And the lawyers in the room know. So the lawyers will engage big tech. So if it is engaging Google, they'll engage Google to be able to deal with that process. However, I don't know how localized this intervention is in Uganda at the moment. I know in the UK and parts of Europe, there's been landmark cases that have been won. I know there's a case in Spain where someone's family appealed for their right to be forgotten, and I think they won, or at least something was done about it. So the right to be forgotten is really a legal process. As an individual, you can start on it, but it wouldn't be sustainable. You would need a whole legal team, or at least lawyers representing you, to be able to engage on your behalf with these big tech companies. So whether you're dealing with X, whether you're dealing with Google, whether you're dealing with Meta, it's a legal process, but it can happen. I don't know in how long, but once you start on the process, it's very possible to see it through to the end if you have the resources. Again, remember, you're dealing with big tech. Yeah. And you're probably just one individual out of the billions of users they have. So the political will to deal with your issue might or might not work, also depending on our country's laws. How willing is our government to step in? Yeah. So, but it's a legal, like it's one of the digital rights, the right to be forgotten. Everyone has the right to be forgotten. Implementation may vary depending on the platform and the state that you're in. Bot accounts, how to recognize bot accounts or paid accounts that spread propaganda and other forms of misinformation. Generally, bot accounts have key features to look out for. Number one, they usually never have a profile picture in their likeness. It's some very abstract profile picture or no profile picture at all. And then most of these accounts are usually newly created accounts, either newly created or have existed for some years but have not been active. Yeah. So maybe the account, you could see an account on X that joined maybe, let's say, in 2018 of September, but they have not been active, and they are now active in this particular season. Or maybe they are active in particular seasons. So every 5 years when Uganda has elections, this account pops up and is being very crazy and being all over. So that's how you can look out for some of these accounts. Then usually they have more people that they follow than the accounts that follow them. So also those are things to watch out for. It may not be true for every account that has more accounts that they follow than those that follow them, but those are also some key features to look out for. But then you also have to look at the way they interact with other accounts. You know, as a real human being behind your real account, you have some shame, and some boundaries. There are some things you won't say or some things you won't do unless that's your nature and that's how you've been interacting with people online. But if you see those accounts that are willing to go down in the mud, that no regard for how they look, no regard for any consequences, usually you have to put a question mark and wonder if there is someone real, someone human behind that account. Yeah, because also even if I'm interacting with people that I don't know online, it's still human interaction, it's still social interaction. And in social interaction, there are some things, ideally, that for those of us who have some shame left, you would pause before posting or before, like engaging with someone in a very negative way. Of course, it's not exhaustive, but those are some of the few things to look out for. Whether we have content on misinformation, disinformation, yes, her internet actually has a publication available on our website. It's a handbook on misinformation and disinformation. It explains them clearly, explains the difference, explains some of the ways in which they manifest, explains some of the actors who benefit from misinformation, disinformation, so you can check it out. But I know there are also there's very many other resources available online about misinformation, disinformation. And we also regularly give out information about this on our social media platforms, on X, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, Facebook, and other places. So you can just check us out. But this is continuous work. We've run campaigns. We have a publication released. We do host workshop training workshops on misinformation, disinformation. So there's a whole host of information that you can find on our website and other resources available online around misinformation, disinformation. Is there anyone whose question I didn't respond to? That was for Dr. Tolit.
All right, thank you. Let's give Sandra a round of applause, please. Dr. Tolit, the floor is yours to respond to the questions.
Thank you, moderator. In the interest of time, let me request to speak from here. Mine were just two, and they were broad. So I will start by saying this, that these challenges are multi-layered. And I think other than anything else, we need, or it calls for vigilance. Let me give you an example, like the issue relating to personal journalism or individual journalism vis-a-vis the traditional journalism and what is the future. If you look at the evolution of what they call public media, and when you're talking about public media, you're talking about media supported by government. So like in our case in Uganda, we are talking about UBC. There is an interesting thing that has been going on, and you must have noticed. Let us take the election of 2021. If you look at the electoral laws in relation to campaigns and access to ground to campaign and opportunity, there is a clause. I may not be very sure how it is phrased, but it attempts to give equal access to all. But in real practice, we have increasingly noticed that a particular segment or party seems to dominate that space, with others even going there and even being denied, entries. But you are talking about public money, and which we are saying should be shared equitably. But for me, the point is not so much whether they have access or not. In terms of ethical questions, what I would be looking at is that alongside, like we are saying, technology has evolved and we cannot stop it. So there is no way we are going to stop individual journalism, so to speak. But one of the ways we can counter the loop side of individual journalism is to continue supporting or continue bearing the cost of public interest media, so that the UBCs of this world are there to mitigate where there are inequalities. Because, for instance, most news is now got on the internet, isn't it, so to speak, for a certain category, for a certain categorization. But those are people who can afford it. You remember the debates that came around when they brought, what was that thing called? DSTV? Even DSTV now has information that is being commercialized. But we know that there are people who can at least afford a TV set. That's why you've heard about, what is the UBC one called? Something free to air. The most important thing is that there is a category of the population that cannot afford. And you cannot deny them the right to that information because they cannot afford. So, those are the areas for we in civic space should be looking out and should be engaging around. So we are saying, okay, there's this evolution that is good for progress. But there are these other bits of people. How do we safeguard their rights? Then the other bit of journalism or traditional journalism, is it going to disappear? I'll tell you no. If you look at most of the media now, one is, first of all, how are they adapting? They have also come to digital space. But unfortunately, they have come to digital space and they are also commercializing, or they have commercialized. And there's nothing wrong with that. For me, where the challenge is the question of, I don't know, it's not just access, but to be able to exist in that space with some fair easiness. You know that I'll talk for myself. Other than when I lived out there, I didn't ever have a Visa card, or is it a credit card? So in many of these things, you're being asked, pay, and the payment is in dollars. Then you have this little money of yours, 20,000, which could actually pay, but immediately you tag it to the dollar, it just automatically becomes 9,000. You don't know where the 11,000 has disappeared. So all these are ways to defranchise. And I think these are the kind of conversations we should be having in relation to access. Then they have also, besides them coming to digital space, the other thing they're doing is that traditional media is becoming more of an explainer. You know? Because news now is instant. And you can't stop that. But by the time it's coming to 8 o'clock, we now expect some kind of in-depth explanation of what happened. What is this that the individual journalism could not? You now begin to ask deeper questions. So I think that is how we should be moving. My good land friend was asking me the same question around demand supply. I think I'll just give you one Sanskrit question, answer. I tried to write it down. I said, I think we shall only be able to have some meaningful gains, particularly on the African landscape, when we also have some meaningful change of political governments. There are some political governments, in as long as they are still here, I'm not a politician, but it's important to speak about these things. We are still facing a lot of limitations. Yeah? So to broadly answer, because you see, it falls on the realm of supply demand. So if the supplier, like for instance, I'm one person who now believes that given the extent of internet we have, or AI and all this ICT integration, I believe that we now need to be pushing for somebody called an ombudsman of the internet to moderate content. But you can see, even with just this small thing called corruption, this office we have of the IGG is struggling. And these ones are physical. They tell you somebody removed money from that box and he passed that door and wait. Now, with the complication of the digital world, this ombudsman, how will he even operate? The other day I was in a meeting, they were telling me these fellows of data protection, it's a whole department, but I'm told it has only 6 people. So I will also pose a question to you as you continue in your civic work. How much are you engaging? Where are you looking? For instance, policy statements, these budgets that are passed are very important because we are saying we are monitoring. And these are the areas you can best go and monitor. The other way is what CCG is doing. The space is shrinking by day and by night. So one of the tactics we are using is that we are spreading the risk. By having you in this room, we are sharing the responsibility, and therefore we are multiplying the effort. If you went back and did the same, then somehow each person and the other begins to safeguard themselves and also safeguard this space which is being fast snatched from us. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's give Dr. Charles and Ms. Sandra Kwichiriza a thunderous round of applause, please. Thank you. I hope the questions have been answered succinctly, and of course, due to time factors and limitations at this point in time, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Hood Luboa from Oxfam to give his remarks. And Mr. Hood, I will request you to kindly, when you're done, welcome Dr. Sarah Birete to give us the closing remarks. Thank you. Let's give Mr. Hood a round.
Thank you, Drake. And as I begin, I see it is already raining, and I thought of requesting for something from this room. Dear Siri, can you make the room warmer? Huh? Or Alexa, can you brighten the lights? Huh? Simon, things seem not to be working. Dr. Charles, Charles and Ben seem to have lied to me that we were in a smart room. where you just clap, and as you guys were clapping, I thought lights would be turning on and off. Yeah? The system is down, eh? Okay. Siri's internet is slow. How many of us have smart homes? Huh? Smart homes. Oh, Sandra is saying they just don't know. Okay. My name is Sandra Kwikiriza. Someone at the back is laughing hard. It's like, this guy is an impersonator. Who of you believes that I'm Sandra Kwikiriza? After Drake saying Hood is coming to speak. Yeah, but as I walked in, I found Sandra talking about those things of, did you talk about impersonation and takeover of accounts? Avatars. Yeah. So that is a very wide conversation, but Sandra ably pushed you guys through. And I have a very beautiful invention called Hood Cash. And I have a link that I intend to share with Simon and Dr. Tolit so that they share with everyone. You contribute 300,000 and you earn $1 million every month. Who is, what? You guys, that is free money. Some are scammer now. Yeah, that means that on all the topics that we've been looking at, emerging technologies, safety and accounts and all of that, and you guys were giving reflections that you've learned. That really means that you've really learned a lot. Who knows the story of Daedalus and Icarus? Tell us the story and I'll pick it from there in just 3 minutes. You're going to use 1 minute, but I'll use 3 minutes and I'll invite Dr. Sarah.
So Daedalus and Icarus is a story from Greek mythology. These two were, if I remember correctly, were imprisoned here, and they wanted to escape prison, but then it was a high level kind of a prison, so you can't just get out, for those of you that have watched Prison Break. So they thought that instead of trying to navigate their way through the walls and through the guards, their father, Icarus's father, this was father and son, I forgot to mention that, Icarus's father came up with a bright idea to create wings so that instead of navigating walls, they'd fly out of there. So they did create the wings, and there was a caution. He gave Icarus a caution that you're not supposed to fly too far up because then you'd be getting closer to the sun, and you know what happens when you get closer to the sun, because they were using I believe they used something like wax, was it? Yeah, they were using wax to create the wings. So basically they started flying, and Icarus liked the flight, so he went too close to the sun. Yeah, I'll stop there and you continue. Faith.
Yeah, and thank you, Faith. And when Icarus went too close to the sun, the wax melted and he fell. He came down falling fast, and it was tragic. Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Hood Luboa. To Dr. Sarah Birete and all colleagues from CCG, and to all colleagues from government, civil society. I understand we might have um, stakeholders from the tech world. It's an honor for me to be here with you. And on the training on emerging technologies, I was reflecting on so many things, and you know, the many innovations and inventions that are being made in Uganda. You know, through all the struggles, a lot is coming through. And I realized that emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, exercise our rights and duties as citizens. And you know, when I just began interacting very closely with artificial intelligence, I was a very biased person because I started after a time when I'd just written my first book, Out of Dust, an African novel, interestingly about women. And today we have our internet. Is it a coincidence? But thank you, CCG. Yeah, so Out of Dust, I published it in 2018. After 4 years of writing and of editing, a very hectic process. So I interacted later on in the years with artificial intelligence. And this is a thing that says it could write you a book in minutes for as long as you give it an idea. I felt like that was killing ingenuity. I thought it was, and I felt it was cheating, you know, because for me who has taken 4 years, and for you who comes and says, okay, write me a book called Out of Dust with an African setting, and it does it for you in just minutes. I thought it was cheating, but later on, I've come to embrace the technologies, because if you don't, yeah, you can easily be left behind. Yet we are all struggling not to leave each other behind, or even leave ourselves behind. So on the story of Icarus and Daedalus, you know, on my reflections, I realized that the digital space is like a sky in which we are soaring. And while we soar in this sky, we should not just be merely aiming to go highest. We should know of the risks. We should be aware of not only the beautiful things that we shall encounter, but also be very cautious of the other ugly things that we can encounter from that. And you've seen the risks on our privacy, the risks around our safety while we are navigating these online spaces. But you see, while we navigate the spaces, this cannot happen if we do not have proper infrastructure. And we know the government has, along with different stakeholders, tech companies, and others have tried or are trying to see to it that our infrastructure is improved. Just like last week, I was deep in the rurals of Madiokoro, and I could not use mobile money. I was struggling. And you know, even the internet itself, it was going on and off and off. So that really speaks to the fact that while we want to enjoy the skies in which we soar in online spaces, it is very important for us to have proper infrastructure. And in these conversations, while we invite the government and other stakeholders, we emphasize that we should meaningfully continue to work towards this. In online spaces, it's also very important for us to be literate. And we've emphasized this point of digital literacy. We've emphasized the point of skilling, and through the initiative of recipe recentering the civic internet through partner engagement, in which we are working with our partners CCG and being co-funded by the European Union. We are emphasizing this, and that's why we are having all these engagements. And we talked about the civic internet, and my thought is that the civic internet can be like our parliament, you know, because it doesn't go for tea breaks, it doesn't have lunch breaks, it doesn't go for recess, unless that one time when it can be closed down for a few weeks. Yeah, so it keeps us interacting, but we should always be aware of the risks that come with these different interactions. And while we go back into our communities and the different people we interact with, we should also emphasize digital ethics, as Dr. Tolit and Sandra enunciated here. So with the analogy of Icarus, I believe that Uganda has the potential to innovate, because that story shows us the power of innovation and how it can liberate you from the chains of repression, from the chains of ignorance, from the chains of lacking. So as a country, I believe that we have a lot of potential. Very many people are innovating, and just like Icarus and his father, I believe we can innovate, but we should always, my message is, we should always look at this in a meaningful, purposeful, and impactful way, but also an ethical way, since the new conversation now is AI ethics. Thank you so much to all of you for participating in this training, and I believe it will be for the great benefit of all of us and the communities that we serve. Thank you. I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Sarah Birete, the Executive Director of the Center for Constitutional Governance. Dr. Sarah.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Hood. Our facilitator of the day, Sandra, my colleague, Dr. Tolit, of course, the team at CCG, Drake, Simon, Madrin, and others. Distinguished participants, good afternoon. I know that I'm standing between you and your lunch, and and forgive me for walking in slightly late. I'm always perturbed by the digital divide in the country, and I know Sandra talked about it. But just for purposes of emphasis, if you look at the rural-urban digital divide, I don't know how we shall bridge this gap. Do we have somebody from UCC? Not in this training. But I think it should concern us that the digital divide, because our lives are now controlled by our phones, whether we like it or not. For your mental health and wellness, you need to limit. Give yourself phone breaks, give yourself internet breaks, to retain some sanity, but this trend cannot be reversed. You watch television on your phone, you do everything on your phone. Our lives are on the phone. Getting in touch with the kids. And when Sandra was talking about the girl-boy gender divide, you know, it hit me hard. I happen, yeah, this is climate change. I happen to have two boys and a girl. Whereas I was comfortable to give boys phone access at a younger age, I'm extremely careful with a girl because I don't know who's going to have unauthorized access to her. And I don't want to be dealing with a crisis of teenage issues because I want to be gender compliant. So it's a tricky balance, and it's real. So the girl uses my phone, and I must monitor what she's doing, and she uses it when she's with me. Or if she uses her brother's phones, And that's just so nobody has access to her. I don't want to risk that. Are we together? Because there are other issues to deal with. Is she mentally mature? And of course, the other gender is not being helpful. I don't know why people have this psyche of exploiting minors sexually. I don't know what's wrong with that gender when it comes to that field. Maybe the men in the room need to you go after children. You get the point? Because I don't know who is going to talk to her. She's dealing with the trouble of her body changes. She's beginning, those changes alone are mentally draining. But if I put her online, then the vultures. I don't what do you find attractive in underage girls? Are we together? So I am not going because I want to be digital compliant. I am not going to allow that. So she might possess a phone at 18 because I must be very careful on who is talking to her. You don't know how mothers of young girls worry because of the other gender. A girl develops a big body and you're like, oh my God, now these vultures must be looking at the butt, forgetting that this is a child. You get the point? So how do we cross that line to cross the gender gap? How do we talk to our brothers about these issues? Because you don't give us confidence that young girls can be online. And maybe we need a national conversation. What attracts men to underage children? You get the point? Like, what is it? Are we together? What is it? A baby. You find a man has filed a baby of 2 months. On there, I stand with Dr. Matembe. Castrate. That is misuse of biological organs. Like, what are you doing? Are we together? Like, what is it? A baby. Some defile their own daughters. Father to daughter defilement is at 13%. How sick is this gender? Are we together? So we need to have that conversation, you, the internet people. What are the worries of parents on equal access to internet for boys and girls? And we must have these conversations. And maybe one day we shall understand where the other gender is coming from. Like 2 months? Like, what is it? Father to daughter? What is it? What is that this disease so that we find medicine for it? Relatives, the highest defilement cases are for relatives, including fathers, including men taking care of minors, the girl child. They top the rates. What kind of disease is this? Are we together? So that must be addressed. If you need cure gender access for the young people, it's not about affordability, but what are the worries of the guardians and parents? If you look at the rural urban, general access, constant access at 13.3 million, this is 27%. But if you go to general subscribers, people who have ever accessed internet, it's at 61%. I know sometimes government communicates this, even if you connect once and get off. Some people reconnect to free internet, so all that is captured in the 61%. If you look at the rural urban divide, which is also worrying, because only 9% of rural Ugandans have access to internet, we need to look at issues of connectivity. We need to look at issues of electricity, access to electricity, but also the purchasing power to buy smartphones, and then domestic roles for the women at that level and time to use internet. Sometimes they have the smartphones, but they don't even have that time. So we need to look at this 9% difference between the rural and urban. And when it comes to the men versus women, we have a 4% gap in urban community, 4% gap between men and women, and 22% gap in the rural. So how do we close these gaps as we look for the universality of access to the internet? We need also to look at the social media dynamics. UCC released data recently, and I don't know how many of you saw, that majority Ugandans now TikTok tops accessed content. And Ugandans have shifted. They prefer more video content than reading. So Twitter is the least with 0.6 million users, followed by Instagram, the pictures, 1.0 million users, Snapchat, 1.5. I see my children on Snapchat, the young adults. Maybe they are the only ones. I have it, but I've never used it. It's 1.4 million users. If you go to YouTube, 4.7 million users. And if you go to TikTok, 5.5 million users. But WhatsApp have the biggest number of subscribers for communication. So WhatsApp is the preferred means of communication with 7.4 million users. So now it means if you want to communicate content, then you must focus on TikTok. How many of us are on TikTok? I am on TikTok. Jeda. Yeah, compliant, TikTok compliant. How many of us are on TikTok? Half the room. The others, where are you? How many have YouTube accounts? YouTube accounts? About 5. So how many are on Twitter? Is there anybody who is not on Twitter in this room? Anybody without a Twitter account? Anyone without a Twitter account? You have. You forgot password. You signed in and forgot. Who can we see you by hand? Please, it's a training. It's a training. So has everybody tweeted? Because I can go back to the hashtag. I want to follow you. Please follow me. Has everybody tweeted? How many have tweeted? By show of hands. No. I fall in the category of senior citizens. So until I saw the traffic is going there, and us who are passionate about governance and democracy issues, our other challenge is that young people are not interested in democracy conversations. True or false? What's the problem? If we can talk about it briefly. Who has a microphone? Yeah. What's the problem? Is it too boring? Is it what? What's the problem?
Thank you so much, Doctor. I think it's not just boring, but the young people are apathetic about especially our system of governance. So when you talk about democracy, they think they're coming for you to lecture them, of course, about being nice and compliant to the requirements of maybe government, but they know that government will never change. They feel like everything that government puts in place is not for them, it's for the elite. So they are apathetic about the governance system, so have no interest in conversations around governance, democracy, and their country. And actually, last year, the last elections we had, it was reported that only 35% of the youth voted. It's a clear sign that even as we're going in for 2026 elections, don't be shocked, they will still sit back home. Even a few that have attended some maybe trainings in democracy and governance, they still don't, because practically they feel whatever we learn in these workshops is not applicable. We're going to come listen to Dr. Sarah. She has very good ideas on, but the government will trash them. So they're like, so let's just wait. Maybe one day go us. I think you've had many people make such statements. So the
Saba
young people
Katonda atuyambe.
balinze omutonzi waffe yasalawo.
I have two other hands, Simon. Let's say 3, 4. Let's get all the views because really it's a campaign season.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I think my issue is just simple. We have not seen the fruits of democracy ever since we were born. So we feel like, okay, why do we need to engage on something that has not impactful, even when we know that democracy is important? It still keeps on paper and people talking about it, but rather we do not see it. We live in constituencies where we have had the same MPs for 40 years, and we live in a country where we have had the same president for 40 years, even at a time when maybe elections could be different. Disclaimer, I'm not from opposition. Neither am I government.
I think for me, one thing I can say is most of the youth are ignorant of their importance of like them being part of democracy and governance. Because if they are to know that it's important for them to be part of democracy and governance, then their voice can be heard. So I think part of it is just not knowing the importance of them being part of it. Thank you. Some of them, I'm telling you the truth.
Thank you, Doctor. I think the big word for me is loss of hope by most of the youth. They'll ask you, since Dr. Bessie started fighting, what has he achieved? And this is reality, you know. Since the governance activists started fighting, they'll ask you, what have they achieved? So, in nutshell, they are saying, fight, you know, changing the status quo is one of the most difficult things you can do. So if we're ever to entice participation by the youth, we need to reinstill hope in them that you see, this is possible. It doesn't just come overnight, but it takes time. Secondly, the high-handedness of how the government deals with these activists. It is something that scares millions and millions of the youth. Thirdly, of course, the surveillance. People reach out to you, threatening you, calling you, we know you, we'll kill your family, get off this. You know, all these contribute to how the youth have participated or come close to making contribution on governance issues.
We have 2 more hands on this side.
So the presence of male bees in Uganda causes fear amongst the youth. I think that's what I would say.
Sorry?
You guys don't know male bees.
Yes. What are those?
Guys. Those are
we have told you we born before computer.
What are like female bees called? They're queens. So male bees?
Okay. The drones.
Drones.
Yeah. Okay. I know. So all this side was lost. For us, we know drones. Yes.
Thank you. The status of the country at the moment is the only reason why people cannot speak their minds right now. It's the only reason why we have to resort to coded language and stuff. So the atmosphere in this room and the fact that every time I address our grandpa, I use that sweet tone. That is the same fear that has been put in the youth. You find that even the older generations advise you and tell you that they want you alive. You find that you've studied these things, you know what you're supposed to do. Because according to the presidential speech address, the recent one, he said that the education in Uganda has actually increased. So therefore, it's not ignorance that is disturbing the youth, but it is the signs and the way some situations are handled in the country that they don't even have the zeal. The nationalism is gone. And I relate to them because I'm youth. Very
okay,
youth.
let's have the final 2. There, down, and here. Then we see.
I think to me, I'll speak, it connect to what so many of you have said, the issue of self-preservation. What am I dying for? I go, like there was the issue of Agatha. If I look at it as a female, am I willing to go through that? And for who? Do they even care? So at the end of the day, I have to question myself, who benefits from my existence? Who are the people I'm dying for? Do they care? Then I have to think twice. I'm like, can I go through this? Because it has to take sacrifice for some things to happen. So, you know, at the end of the day, you say, let me preserve myself. Is it worth it? So there is that whole thing of self-preservation that's also existing among the youth. Yeah.
The last one here.
I think all the previous submissions contribute to it, but another thing that is so funny that I realized as an individual is the fact that there's a blurred line between what is true and what is false. The narratives that are being put out today are so funny. You can know it, you can know for a fact that Ugandans are poor, but the State of the Nation address comes on and you're hearing data that doesn't make sense, and you're wondering if you're the only person who is poor. Sometimes that thing leaves people in disarray because you're wondering, is it just me? But also, we do not understand the systems in which we exist. We do not understand the consequences of things like capitalism and all those things as young people. So while the country is saying that that people are getting richer, you don't know that you cannot get rich because your access has been cut off, and you are among the people who are in the who are going further down the drain on the income inequality gap and all those things. So the information put out there is meant to marginalize people, and it's very hard for people to participate when they don't know where they stand or what they're doing. Exactly. That's my submission. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So you see where you are. So if I told you that President Seven came to power when I was a child in primary 4, do you think I should be apathetic or I should be actively fighting? You got shocked, eh? I was a kid. You get the point? So that's how long he has been here. You need to keep looking at some of us. We were kids, literally in diapers. That's when President Seven captured power. So I think if we were to go by the disappointment, would be more apathetic by you people. Are we together? You are cheating yourselves. You are cheating yourselves. You are prolonging years of misery, and you are cheating your children. You are not just cheating yourselves. Why do you think? You know, I can keep quiet and live comfortably. I have a profession, I have experience, I have global contacts. If I were to brag, but I'm a global chairperson of domestic, do you? Yes. Of domestic election monitors, I was elected and opposed by 5 continents. I have contacts. I can live anywhere I want with my family. But why are we fighting? And why are you people apathetic who have nothing? I'm not saying you have nothing, but literally you're just beginning your lives. You get the point. You're cheating yourselves. And unless you understand it that way, you are also going to cheat the life of your children. Some of you, your boyfriends are broke. They can't get married to you. Yes. And this is the reality. Or you want to believe the Minister of Finance colleagues, don't worry, money will come. Eh? So the more you become apathetic, the more you are going to prolong your suffering. I just want to conclude it like that. You better solve the problem so that your future can find, your children can find a better Uganda. I don't know whether I'm making sense. How many of you are registered to vote? Because of the national ID. How many of you intend to vote? Please find candidates, support them, talk to your relatives, rescue your future. If you don't do that, your children will find a more difficult Uganda than you are experiencing. If you don't fix the problem. Are we together? You be there, fear. What do you think some of us are on a suicide mission? Are we on a suicide mission? I've told you I have children. You think I'm on a suicide mission? Do you think I'm on a suicide mission? No. We are all the same. You've just not realized how much you're missing by your inaction. I'm not saying go on the street, but there are so many other a million things you can do that would change the situation. Starting with voting, supporting people who have sense in the head. I don't care what party they are. Make sure we get a sensible parliament. Look what the fools making laws for Uganda. Today I got a call from journalists that MPs on the park committee, because a health facility in Entebbe has no a machine for keeping medicine, whatever NDA delivers, it gets spoiled. So the MPs, instead of solving the issue using their mandate that they have recommended that they fundraise now and be funders for government. I told the journalists, I said, this is stupidity. I said, I've never told. I know there are many annoying things in Uganda. But what is the mandate of a journalist, of an MP? Make laws, appropriate, oversight. You missed making sure that the health center has a machine for preserving medicine. Now the issue has come to your attention. What do you need to do? Direct the Ministry of Health to close this gap and tell them if they don't close the gap, you will block their next budget. This is the power the MPs have. But because we have people there who have a lot of porridge in the head, if you can contest, it's not late. If you can do what? Young people, nobody will ask you for money. Go and tell voters, I'm here to fix the problem our generation is facing and prevent our children from facing the same problems. Are we together? I don't care what party you want to join. I don't care if you want to be independent. Can we fix that house called parliament? Are we together? Sometimes you see educated people, you are also voting for 20,000, 2,000, in Kabare 500. It's better than voting for free. Like, really? Tell your parents. Every one of us has a family you can influence. Every educated person can influence their family in the rural Uganda. Call them and tell them, among the candidates, this is the sensible person I am seeing. We are telling people in diaspora, tell your family, unless they vote for sensible people, stop sending them money. If they want to be represented by fools, let them suffer with their poverty. Because it starts with a vote. Stupid people are not going to fix problems of this country. And unless you take part, you are creating the same problem for your children and their children. So if you think Apase will help you, so let me now go to where I was invited. I want to take this opportunity to close this training on recentering the internet for civic engagement. I feel inspired by the energy in the room, which is real. Why I wanted that Q&A session was to test the energy, the knowledge, skills, and yeah, you've done a good job, our facilitators. In Uganda, civic actors and human rights defenders face many obstacles: shrinking civic space, misinformation, online harassment, and the barriers to free expression. Yet we have seen in the past days, the internet remains a powerful platform, a space we can advance justice, accountability, and inclusive participation. From the last 2 years, really the civic internet has peaked in Uganda. This training has not only equipped us with practical skills, whether in digital security, online advocacy, fact-checking, or community mobilization, but has also reaffirmed the deeper truth that a collective voice is stronger than an attempt to silence it. You as activists and civil society leaders or actors in your spaces, you have a critical role in ensuring the internet works for the people, to inform, to connect, and to empower. And that's what RESP is about. So I encourage you to put these skills to use, build networks of solidarity, and tell authentic stories, not tweeting useless things, not harassing. I was seeing during the NGO exhibition, do you know what kept the guys going? That they were getting more retweets. So you would find the leaders of that serious stunt that I have got more retweets than I've ever got. And that's what kept them going. You get the point? So today, if you ask them, I think it's 2 years, ask them what they achieved. If you meet them. Are we together? Because you know them. Ask them what they achieved. 0. That's not why we are here. So don't engage in those things for issues that don't improve your life or lives of your community. On behalf of the organizers, the facilitators, and our mighty digital online media, the Civic Space TV. How many of us follow Civic Space TV? Please subscribe. If you are grateful to this training, please do what? So let's go to YouTube. Are we all connected? Yeah, as I conclude, open YouTube, because I'm going to come to your phones. Simon, show them where the TV is. Please just stick, subscribe. YouTube, type in the search Civic Space TV, and you do what? Are we together? Simon is my eye there before I come. Because we want to keep in touch with you. We want you to engage on Civic Space TV engagements. They are vibrant, they are active. That's also one way to participate in democracy, because we have agreed that we are just not waiting to be participated. That apathy, I hope, has gone by that short conversation. Has it gone? That apathy, I hope, it has gone. You have got to do something about governance, about leadership, about democracy, because it has to be a collective effort. If you find the leaders, whichever party they are in, but they are good leaders, support them. If they are bad leaders, reject them. Young people should not be part of that bandwagon that I'm bound by this party. What is binding you? Suffering. Are we together? Are we together? So nothing is holding you bondage to any party, just to look for good leaders. And where they don't exist, offer yourselves. Are we together? There is still time. We are not yet out of time. Offer yourself. We have to apply. I have already said that I wish Ugandan youth could apply Archimedes' principle. When a body is fully or partially immersed in a container of water, it displaces the amount of water equal to its weight. What is your weight? 10.7 million voters. Has any leader ever got that? No. So why don't you go and choose the right leaders instead of crying? We are suffering, we are what? You are like that man in the Bible. Who is a good Bible reader? who had failed to go in the water, who was sick. And what Jesus asked him, why he has spent many days there, that by the time I get up, what, people have already gone, there is nobody to help me. So Jesus said, look at this fool, although he didn't say. He just said, get up, pick your mat and what? Go. That's what I'm telling the young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. I think she needs another loud clap. Yeah. Since she's my boss and she has really spoken much, there's nothing I can really add unless I want to be suspended from the job. So thank you for coming. I know you are very busy people, but by the time you get time and then come for this training, it's really very important. And I hope that we have really learned a lot that we are going to replicate outside there. Thank you very much, Sandra and Dr. Tolit, for ably facilitating this training. With that, lunch is ready. I wish you nice lunch and safe journey to your various destinations.